We are back from closed session and convening to our regular session. Ms. Ayala, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Firestone. Here. Ms. Gray. Present. Mr. Centeno.
Here.
Mr. Carbajal.
Present.
Ms. Rose.
Here. Let's see. Do we have a report from closed session, Oh, sorry, I missed that. Let's do that first. Not in order today. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we need to report from closed session.
Okay. Let's see. Now, a report from closed session.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session. It took no reportable action, and it concluded its closed session business for the day.
Let's see, we need an approval of the minutes of November 8th. Motion here to approve, second at the end. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, it's unanimous. Let's see, moving on to the administrative agenda. Do we have...
Yes.
Brooks, you want to go first on that?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Fellow members, there's been some publicity about gifts that are received by the county, and I'd like to comment on that. Firstly, in this regard, A9, I think we would like to thank the Firefighters Alliance. They put considerable sums into a piece of equipment that was necessary. And in this regard, I think we should realize that we will never have enough equipment. In this day and age of evolving equipment for public safety, there's always new things, there's always needs. And when we can have contributions, in this case, they were fire-resistant pants, that's a wonderful thing. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. And all the people that contribute money to public entities, and we can think of the schools that have received donations. UCSB, of course, gets incredible donations. In the county, there's the children's organizations, there's health organizations. Animal Shelter has received considerable donations, and the Sheriff Council has received donations, and that's a good thing. I remember I had a barn burned down, and when that happened, they saved some horses, the firefighters did. I felt very grateful, and I made a contribution out of my gratitude for the sacrifice and the efficiency and of the firefighters, and that's a good thing. People feel strongly about an individual department, and they want to support that. And the county is grateful for all of that. Now, there are some concerns, and certainly in the press there's been concerns regarding all the reporting. And as we know, there is state law regarding this, and there is a county ordinance which requires that gifts in excess of $5,000 be formally received by the county. And the question is, has that always been complied with? And there's a possibility that in every case, maybe it hasn't. There's also some concern from the public regarding the publicity of gifts, specifically in decals on sheriff's vehicles, the potential of that, or even in the state of the county reporting where the gas company made a contribution and had the ability to speak at that meeting and be identified. Is that a good thing or not? Accordingly, I think this board should take some action. I think that we should direct the county chief executive officer, working with the auditor controller, to review all of the reporting that has been done to make sure that state law and our county ordinances are appropriately complied with. And I think that this would relieve the public, and certainly the publicity that's come from this would be a good thing to know that everything was done according to regulation. Secondly, I think that we need a hearing on public identification of these contributions. I think we owe that to our constituents to air that and develop a policy. And I would like to make that motion after anyone else would like to comment on it, if that's appropriate, Madam Chair.
Joe, did you want to say?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was just going to basically echo my colleague, Supervisor Firestone, because of the ambiguity, I guess, that was out there, and I think we need to rid ourselves of that ambiguity in terms of what the policy of the county is with respect to these gifts that we receive. And so I would add only to what my colleague has stated, that our CEO will bring back to the board so that we, the board, truly understands the protocols that are currently established and those that may be established in terms of how we receive or maybe reject donations that are being offered to the county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I, too, wanted to echo that. I had a conversation with Mr. Brown about the same thing. I think it sounds like we're all unanimous about this, and need not only to know what has happened, what our requirements are that must be met, but I think this board needs to develop a protocol or a policy, whatever we want to call it. And you told me that this kind of work is being done nationally right now, so it sounds like there's something for us to review, and I think we need to come back and have a discussion, and look forward to you doing that. Do you want to respond, Mr. Brown?
Madam Chair, board members, yes, and I've had a conversation with Auditor Controller Geis, and we should be, what we thought we'd do is do a quick extraction of all the donations for the last 5 years and see under what conditions they came and what they were for and how that looked, and then look at what a number of jurisdictions have worked on this and what the state of the art is, and maybe make some proposals. So.
That'd be fine. All right, do we need a motion for that? Or is direction to staff enough, Mr.
It's
Stark?
direction to staff to report back on the gift policy and related options.
All right, we look forward to hearing from you.
Madam Chair, may I make that motion then, that the board request the CEO to report back on the study as outlined, and at that hearing that we review the publicity policy regarding these gifts.
And I certainly, I was going to second that too. So, all those in favor? Aye. Wendy, it was unanimous. Moving on to item A11.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item A11 comes from Housing and Community Development to approve the revised home buyer assistance program guidelines.
Who brought that? Did you, Jim? Okay. You want to make a comment first? I see Mr. Moses is in the audience.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad I see Mr. Moses walking up. You know, I can recall here some time back where we had some problems with this very issue with one of our constituents, and there was some allegations that the county was running down a wrong path here. They're alleging that we were violating usury laws and all kinds of things. And as I looked through this staff report, it's a very complex path that we're taking here with respect to this issue. It's a good, commendable thing that we're doing here, Mr. Moses. But in reading the staff report, I just kind of wonder how the folks out there who may be wanting to take part in this are going to really understand at the end of the day what's going to be expected from them. And I didn't get that as I read through this, and I've read this one, and I read the past one. You and I have had a lot of conversations about this, and I suppose what I'm trying to get at is to have a policy that's very definitive, but it's very fair, and it's understandable to the recipients that may be taking part in this policy. And I don't get that here. And there's no way that I can sit down with someone and say, this is what the policy is. And at the end of the day, this is what's expected of you and expected of the county. So I don't know how we get this cleared up and cleaned up. But I surely want to make sure that we don't get any more folks calling us and calling my office with respect to alleging we're doing bad things to people. So maybe you can explain.
Yeah, and I want to add to that. When I read it, I called Ed and I said, Ed, this is very hard to understand. There's many pieces to this policy. I don't know whether it should have been on the admin calendar. Maybe it shouldn't have been. But one of the things I responded to was the 10-year shared equity. And I understand what you're trying to do here in this policy, and that's for market housing. But that was an issue that we took up several years ago and has caused us a lot of problems in the affordable housing world. So I just think that there could be confusion over that. It sends a message that we're going back to another way of doing business, which I know we're not. But like Joe, I agree, this is really hard to be clear about.
Yes. Madam,
Madam Chair, one more issue that I want to touch on here, Ed, is someone holds this thing for 10 years, hypothetically, and they sell it in the county, and they split 50-50 if that's what we do. But for 10 years, this person's been paying the taxes, hypothetically, $4,000 a year. And does the county benefit from that? I don't know, and this thing doesn't tell me that. Right. So those are the kinds of little nuances that I think we need to get cleaned up before I can sign off on this.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Centeno, I clearly understand your confusion. This is a piece, as you know, we've been working on for some time, trying to clear up some of the to make sure that this program, since it is for the private market, to make sure that the people who borrow from us can gain the benefits as they do through a regular mortgage. We work very closely with the Auditor's Controller's Office to try to design this piece. And I must say that it is somewhat confusing. What I would love to do is to go back and work with the Auditor Controller again and see can we come up with something much more simpler to make this happen. I just want to say one of the things that we are really trying to prevent is we're trying to prevent someone walking out with a windfall profit, but at the same time trying to make sure that the county maintains its credibility and assets, and at the same time that the borrower actually moves into the conventional marketplace. So it is somewhat difficult. It always is when you have to use these creative mechanisms to get people into a house. We will try it one more time. We will go back and work with Bob one more time to try to bring it back.
I agree. I'd like to remove this today. I think what we're trying to do is the right thing, but it needs to be articulated in a way, and I think some of the things you just said need to be in that report and aren't there. So if it's all right with my colleagues. Brooks, do you want to add?
Madam Chair, members, in that regard also, not to add to the problem here, but were we not expecting a report on monitoring?
Yeah, we were.
That was to be accomplished between yourself and the Auditor Controller?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Firestone, we are, but there are two different programs. This is not the program that you're expecting a report on. The program you were expecting a report on was the inclusionary housing program. This is a program where we receive monies from the federal government, which put monies aside so we can help people get a house. These are those monies, and we're trying to make sure that we use those in the appropriate manner that our contractual agreement with the federal government and the states requires us to do so.
When will that other report come back?
Madam Chair, members of the board, you know, we've been without an audit manager for 6 months and an audit supervisor for 6 months. We did make a stab at this, and we do have a little preliminary report available, but it requires a little bit of scope expansion, and we really want to get back to this and hit this report hard. And I'd say in the first quarter of next year, we should be able to finish. We did have the intention to broaden that scope of the audit to both the financing side of the business and the inclusionary housing side of the business and come up with a full report. So hopefully you can be patient a little bit more while my staff gets up to speed and we get the right resources to the project.
I think as long as we know it's in the works, that would be fine. Joni, did you want to?
I'd like to make a suggestion, Madam Chair. Evidently, the Housing Department has the most complex of all reports, because there seems to be a pattern whereby we struggle with these reports and they continue to go back. I think that we should appoint someone from our board as a subcommittee person to maybe just review the report with the departments prior to, so that those questions could be asked and we could get, and so I thought maybe Supervisor Centeno could be the subcommittee to go over this with Mr. Moses and crew.
You just got an assignment, Joe. Will you accept?
I second that.
I must say that not all the reports are this way, but this one was pretty complicated. And yes, they are frequently
It's always
difficult
when
to
you have
follow.
to do creative financing.
Yes. Joe, is that something you'll accept?
I guess I'll accept that, but it's a lesson to keep your mouth shut, I guess, when you're up here. Or you get tied into something.
I'd be glad to
I'll
assist
so.
him also,
Yeah.
since the two of us were the ones who reacted, I think, instantly when reading it, so.
So, Madam Chair, if you please,
We'll
we'll
remove it.
try to bring it back in 2 weeks.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think it's a matter of just rewriting it. Actually, if there are no more requests, Wendy, I have one that, I'm sorry, I took it out of order, but it's item A7. I have a quick budget request, a question.
And then I have a correction on item 4, if I might.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item A7 comes from the County Executive Office to approve various budget revisions.
Mr. Brown, it's on page 2, and it's the Public Health Department's unanticipated revenue received from Federal Human Resources, et cetera, HRSA. I think when something like that occurs, I'd like to know what the money's being used for, or how it's being applied. So I don't know if on page 2, it's the second item. It's a $225,000, $949 item, unanticipated revenue, and I'm delighted we're getting it, but I'd like to know how it's being used. And whenever something like that does occur, which isn't too often, but if you could get back to us.
My belief is this passes through and goes to the hospitals.
That's fine.
to help
I think we
them
just need to
from
know
the
that. I would prefer to know
indigent
that.
care.
Okay. So Wendy, there were no other requests on the admin to speak
There
on that?
wasn't, but I do have a correction on item A4, Madam Chair.
Would you go ahead and do that, please?
Certainly. Madam Chair, members of the board, item A4 comes from the Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation, also to approve various budget revisions. And on page 1 of your designation revision, transfer number 2005668 actually is to read Public Works Lompoc Valley flood zone and not Lompoc City. Also, the one below it, at transfer number 2005669, Public Works Lompoc Valley flood zone as well. That is a correction for today.
All right, thank you. Then we need to move on adopting the administrative calendar. Do I have a motion?
With the withdrawal on item
Yes,
A9.
with moving item A11 for 2
I'll
weeks.
so move with corrections.
Okay, and that includes removing, and Brooks seconds it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. Let's move on to public testimony. Oops, here we go. All right. Mr. Holland, good morning. Is this by any chance a post-election report?
Partly. Good morning, members of the board. Really, what I'd like to do is just publicly thank your elections division for pulling off another seamless election for the November 8th statewide special election. Many people expect to see a seamless election, and I think that's what we did see again. It takes a lot of people, a lot of effort, a lot of coordination to put on an election, and we did that again. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge the folks in your elections division. We had a 58% turnout in this last election. That I always like to see a higher turnout than that, but with just 8 propositions on the ballot, I think that's pretty good. This was a historic election in that this was the first time in Santa Barbara County the absentee ballots actually exceeded the number of ballots cast at the polls. When there's that many absentee ballots, it takes a lot of work. We have to look at those envelopes, and we have to verify the signatures, we have to open them, and then we have to process them. So your election staff has been working hard to see this good turnout, and they've been not only pulling off this successful election, but they've been doing this since June. Many people don't know that there was a June election, a Guadalupe election. There was a September Lompoc election for a hospital bond, and then they had to put on this UDA election, then they're putting on the retirement election for the county of Santa Barbara. So I just wanted to take this moment to publicly thank them and before your board. So thank you very much.
I have a question, too. The figures you gave about the absentees, is that typical around the state? Where do we fit in terms of our statewide
We're actually
response?
like 4th across the state in terms of participation in absentee balloting. So we're
By
seeing...
that, you mean highest number? Is that what you were saying?
Correct. In the number of people that are requesting absentee ballots, we're 4th of counties across the state. And we're just seeing increases because it makes it easier to vote.
It's great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions, Joe? Go ahead.
The turnout for the city of Santa Barbara, was there a way, because was that higher than countywide?
You know, preliminarily, we're still counting some provisional ballots, and there's still a few absentee ballots that we're working on. But we didn't see much of a difference. It was actually the same turnout across the county as it was within the city of Santa Barbara. Now, when we get the final numbers, it may be a little bit different, but it was pretty much the same.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Meyer, Floyd Meyer, there he is. Wendy, are you sure that this is working from up north? Okay.
I've been having a running battle with Susan Rose's staff over whether the county is going to turn over certain records to me, mostly involving the payments to the Jesse Jackson jury. Now, I understand the judge sealed the court records, but I don't have to worry about that as long as you have the names and addresses where you sent the checks. And it was my intent to write a letter to the Jackson jury, and I have done that. I sent it by the judge, but I'm not sure the judge passed it on to him. So I've been talking to Mike Gazzuni, and it was his, as I understand it, recommendation that you refused to give me those records. Now, see, Mike Gazzuni doesn't make judgments for me. He works for you, and you can follow his advice if you want to. But if you do, I want to appeal it and have you put it on the agenda, and we'll come up in the public section and duke it out. Now, I have been abusing this public comment feature for years because you don't put me on the agenda. Now, this public comment is for last-minute things that you don't have time to formally notice you and get on the agenda for. And I'm using it as a default because you people don't put me on the agenda. And you can't keep playing games forever. Not with me, anyway. I've just turned 78, and I probably don't have another 3 years to come down and rail at you people. Have you sat there looking at me like 5 warts on a log? And so we're headed towards a police state, and we've got to put a stop to some things, and one of them is stop cheating jurors. These Jackson jurors have been cheated out of between $4,000 and $5,000 if you paid them minimum wage and give them the same travel pay that the county people get. Now, that's not your prerogative. You used to have a hand in it. And talking to Mr. Geis, I'm not even sure that the jury pay comes out of county pay anymore. The state might pay for that. But it's our fellow citizens that are being bamboozled by being cheated on the jury. And I'd just love to have you people take a stand for stop cheating them and stand with me on these things.
Wendy, you didn't put the clock on.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. We forgot to put the clock on. I do know that my staff has referred your request to county council, so.
Well, but the county council doesn't wind my clock. He recommends his opinion to you. And if I'm to be denied, you're the ones that deny it, because I can't appeal the county council. I can appeal your decision. And so if you do it and I appeal it and you put it on the agenda, we'll come up here and duke it out. Okay? Thank you kindly.
Do you want to say anything, Mr. Starr?
Only, I will assure that Mr. Gazzoni, who is a deputy county counsel, that Mike makes whatever written answer he gives to Mr. Meyer, will make it available to all the members of the Board of
Thank you.
Supervisors, and
Thank you very
then
much.
the board can take action in your discretion as you wish.
Right.
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Gazzuni doesn't wind my clock, see? He works for you and you work for me.
We understand that. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you kindly.
You will get your response.
Yeah, Mike Gazzuni's a nice guy, incidentally.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank
Right.
you. And Mr. Meyer, we appreciate your being here. We do. Before we go on to our regular agenda, I once again want to welcome Liz Podolinsky and her class from Brooks. They become regular visitors, and we look forward to seeing you each time. So hope you enjoy your morning here. Let's go on to our departmental agenda.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 1 comes from Sheriff. It's a hearing to consider the approval of the $731,340 in resource and use allocations of state COP funds for the supplemental law enforcement equipment, programs, and/or personnel in fiscal year 2005-2006.
Mr. Martin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Doug Martin. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Sheriff's Department. I'm here this morning to present to you what is an annual event by this board to approve the allocation of state COP funds to various entities within the county. State COPS, the Citizens Option on Public Safety, are funds from the state that are allocated by the Auditor Controller to various agencies on formulas dictated by the state. And if you go to the second page of your board letter, you'll see how the funds are being allocated. These are programs that are ongoing. It's uses that were. Did you get I'm getting questioning looks. Did you get the board letter? Okay, good. Okay. That's correct. The online version was the admin letter to set the hearing. So there's a 3-pager that should be in your packet. These are programs that are ongoing. It's monies that it's programs we did in the last year, and we're going into this next year. I think the one item of note is that we manage the funds for 3 of our 4 contract cities. We don't manage the funds for the city of Goleta, so they're not included in this discussion. And it's pretty much straightforward. So I don't want to keep it short, so you can keep your agenda short. So I'll answer your questions.
Any of my colleagues have any questions? I think it's pretty clear in the board report. And Wendy, I don't have any requests to testify?
I have no request to speak at this time, Madam Chair.
Joni has a question.
Thank you. I know that there was a bit of a change. I apologize. I should have called on this question. There was a bit of a change when this isn't the same as Prop 72.
This is not. No, this is not
Okay.
172 funds. This is separate funding.
Okay. That's all I needed to know.
All right, then there is no public testimony. Move approval down here. Is there a second? Second on to my right. Why don't you call the roll for this one?
Mr. Firestone, Ms. Gray, Mr. Centeno.
Aye.
Mr. Carvajal.
Aye.
Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, good. Item 2, Wendy. We're moving right along this morning.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item 2 comes from the Board of Directors, Laguna County Sanitation District, and the Board of Supervisors. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annexation of Stonegate Ranch.
Mr. Demery.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We met last week, the first reading of the ordinance. Today, before you actually adopt the ordinance, we have a 2-step process we need to adhere to, and both of these involve the clerk of the board. The first step is we need to make sure that if there have been any written protests, we have to learn of those protests. So that's a question for the clerk.
So we're calling for protests at this
Correct.
point in time.
Okay. Are they oral? Always? Did I hear?
Can be either written or oral. My understanding is we have received no written
I thought I
protests.
heard a noise. I don't know if it came from up north. Is there anybody up there? Okay. Phil, what's our next step? Wait.
I was going to say, we are here, there's just been no slips filled out for anything yet.
Okay, thanks, Mr.
Thank
Cole.
you.
So apparently there are neither written nor oral protests at this time.
Then the second step, Madam Chair, is to actually count the ballot from the property owner. And I believe that ballot has been turned in to the clerk. So if you could read that.
There is one property owner and one ballot, which the clerk is opening now, I believe.
I know. Ms. Ayala, do we read it, or how do we handle this, Mr. Stark?
You read it.
Drum roll would be good. The single ballot votes yes to support, so the matter passed, the assessment
Well,
passed.
was it ever in question?
There's
All right,
one of
Mr.
mo-
Demery, keep walking us through this.
One of the most difficult votes here in Santa Barbara County just got passed. So then the final step, of course, is to adopt the ordinance and to consider any public testimony regarding the annexation.
Again, Wendy, any requests for public testimony?
I have no request to speak at this time.
Okay, so I guess I'll close the public process.
Yes.
Thank you. And we need to move forward.
I'll move approval of the resolution.
Okay, this is the second reading of the ordinance, right? Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second down here. Wendy, will you call the roll?
Mr. Firestone. Ms. Gray. Mr. Centeno. Mr. Carbajal.
Aye.
Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Let's do item number 3.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 3 comes from the county clerk, recorder, and assessor. It's a hearing to consider the appointment of 4 most qualified candidates to the Kachuma Resource Conservation District Board of Directors no later than December 1st, 2005.
I see Mr. Holland has submitted this, but I don't see him still here. Oh, yeah? I'm from the elections office. Why don't you come forward? Come on up to.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Suzanne Jackson, and I work in the elections office. There is a public resource code that is mentioned in the board letter, section 9314, that allows resource conservation districts to request the Board of Supervisors appoint their directors. And they did so on June 21st. You did approve that resolution. And so what happens is it's very similar to the appointment in lieu of election that we do for the other special districts. However, in this case, we had more candidates than we had positions. So we requested candidate statements or statement of qualifications from each one of those candidates, and you should have those. And then the next decision is yours as to who you want
Yeah, this
to
is
appoint.
unusual. I haven't seen anything like this
I think
in
it
years.
happened a couple of years ago. or
Did it?
Yeah.
On one case,
Same
okay.
thing.
Joe, did you want to add anything? Suzanne's doing fine. Okay. Are there any requests to speak?
I have no request to speak.
Okay, then how do we want to
Madam
proceed?
Chair, are there any candidates here?
I would have assumed they would have stepped forward when I asked to speak.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to make a motion to appoint to the Kachuma Resource Conservation District Board of Directors Tim Campbell, Ernest Righetti, Richard Russell, and Leroy Scolari.
Is there a second on that? Good, okay. Any discussion by the board?
Madam Chair,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to support the motion, but I do, I would like to understand a little better the geographic responsibilities of this district. I believe there are 2 members from the South County, somebody from Goleta and somebody from Carpinteria. But I think that in order to really ensure that the proper representation exists on this district, that we give that some thought. And I should have asked this question ahead of time of staff, but if anybody can answer that in terms of the existing composition of the district, that would be very helpful. I'm always just trying to look for equitable representation. And I apologize for not asking this ahead of time.
Yeah. So, you know, I think if we took a look at each of their resumes, we could probably assume that it looked to me like everybody was from the North County, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, of the 4 that were just mentioned. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you.
Yeah.
How large is the board totally?
And there's 7 or 9.
So there are 3 others.
You know, Madam Chair, I think they're pretty well spread around. We
Are
got
they?
Tim Campbell from San Ynez, we
Right.
got Ernest Righetti from the Santa Maria Valley, we got Leroy Scolari from the Lompoc Valley, we got Richard Russell from the Cuyama Valley. So they're pretty well scattered around. And plus there's some other ones there that aren't on this ballot. They're from South County.
Are you here for the consumer resources discussion?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
There are a total of 9 members of the board.
9, okay, thank you. We actually just closed public testimony, but, because nobody was here, but please, if you wish to speak.
Sure.
We're in the midst of discussing the item.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm David Schwartz. I'm one of those who are on your list that put in to be appointed to the Consumer Resource Conservation District. When I did sign up, there were apparently 2 incumbents who had not, so I want to make it clear that what I was trying to do is to do some public service in a kind of a non-controversial manner, and then the fact that all the incumbents finally signed up, I guess the last day, made it a little controversial. I am impressed by the supervisors I've talked to that all seem to know what's going on, so I'm impressed the time you must spend to read all this stuff. And I also understand the kind of feeling that if the board is working with the incumbents you have, that it may not be the time to add someone new who would be to learn the ropes. So I do understand that too, and if you decide you don't want to change the board, just keep it in mind the next time around.
Okay. Appreciate that you're saying that, Mr. Schwartz.
Madam Chair, like
Yeah.
I said, I'm inclined to support the motion, but I would like a little bit more information. Maybe we could trail the item and come back to it once we get a little bit more information on this.
Is that acceptable to the others? Okay, we'll trail it to the end of this morning. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, for coming down here. We appreciate that.
Appreciate
Thank you.
So we'll hold the motion and trail the item till the end of the morning. All right, let's go on to item 4. Wendy, would you read that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 4 comes from Planning and Development, a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annual status report on resources in the Montecito Community Plan area and to extend the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance.
All right, let's see. June, are you starting this off, introducing, or is Diane? Or I'll try Julie. Which one of you is going to start?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just need a moment to call up the presentation.
Well, why don't we take a 5-minute break then, okay?
Thank you.
We are moving quick. Board. Board that Supervisor Carbajal requested. So maybe we'll go back to that item. So that's item 3, not 2. Okay. Do we want to finish that? Mr. Carbajal, do you want to make a comment?
I'm going to be supporting the motion, but I just want to point out that in the future, we may just want to give some thought to a little bit more representation from the South County, but I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, so still no more comments. Mr. Schwartz was kind enough to make his statement. So we had a motion on the floor and a second. Wendy, do you want to call the roll?
Mr. Firestone. Aye. Ms. Gray. Aye. Mr. Centeno.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal.
Aye.
Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Item 3 passes 5-0.
Okay, so now we're back to item 4. You want to read that, please?
I'll reread it. Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 4 comes from Planning and Development, a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annual status report on resources in Montecito Community Plan area and to extend Montecito Growth Management Ordinance.
All right, Julie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I'm here today with June Peugeot, Supervising Planner, and Court Eilertson from Public Works, the Roads Transportation Division. And I'm here to give a brief presentation on the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance and our proposal for extending it. The MGMO, as we call it for short, was adopted in 1991. Its intent is to pace development with the availability of services and infrastructure in the Montecito community planning area. The ordinance states that the public health and safety will no longer be negatively affected if the following 3 criteria are listed, and these are the services and infrastructure that have had some put some limitations on development within the Montecito community planning area. And of these, once the the services and infrastructure within these three areas are met, the ordinance may expire. With respect to water resources, the Montecito Water District has an entitlement and deliveries from the State Water Project, and currently the Montecito planning area is in a state of surplus, and thus the criterion for keeping the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance in place with respect to water resources has been satisfied. The second criterion, fire protection, indicates that response times to all areas within the urban boundary of Montecito be 5 minutes or better, and that is the case. That does currently exist now. In addition, the Montecito Fire Protection District operates 2 fire stations and is in the very early planning stages of for a third fire station, so this criterion has also been satisfied. However, the balance of development with the traffic and circulation infrastructure within the community planning area has not been achieved, and thus staff recommends extending the ordinance. The MGM ordinance provisions apply to new residential development on vacant land. It allows for an annual growth limit of half a percent in new residential development. The priority to which parcels and which projects would be given allocations for doing new development is based on a point assignment process that gives priority to projects that minimize the impacts on services, infrastructure, and resources. There are a number of exemptions from the ordinance, and I'm not going to read through all of these, but essentially anything that is not a residential project, or if a parcel is already developed with an existing residence, any project that they do on that parcel would not need to get any kind of allocation and would not be required to compete underneath the MGMO ordinance. Environmental review was conducted when the MGMO was adopted in 1991, and an environmental impact report was certified. In addition, an addendum was prepared in 1999. That was the last time that the MGMO was extended, and at that time, a new intersection was identified that had been impacted with traffic and circulation issues, and so this intersection was added to the list of traffic criterion, which I'll be talking about in a few moments. The California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15162, states that it requires a new or subsequent environmental review if there have been substantial changes to a project which would result in new or increased severity of significant impacts, or if there is new information that has become available which would result in new or increased severity of significant impacts. Thus, this project is only to extend the ordinance, the expiration date of the ordinance, and previous environmental review is adequate because the extension of that ordinance to the year 2010 falls within the build-out projections and the 20-year planning horizon that was analyzed in the original EIR and its addendum. As I mentioned earlier, there were the 3 criteria that would need to be met, and that water resources and fire protection criteria have already been met. The third criterion is for traffic and circulation, and what this criterion calls for is the completion of improvements to the roadways, intersections, and interchanges that are listed on this slide and that are identified in the Montecito Community Plan Environmental Impact Report, or completion of any equivalent or more effective measures that would improve the traffic and circulation in the area along these roadways, intersections, and interchanges. The current situation is that the projects identified in the Montecito Community Plan have not been completed. There have been several other projects that have been done within the Montecito area over the past 15 years. However, there has not been significant improvements to the roadways, intersections, and interchanges that were identified. And in addition, there are planning stages underway for the US 101 operational improvements. Several of these projects are listed on a table in your board letter on pages 8 to 9. And some of these projects will address some of the issues around the interchanges that have been identified within the Montecito Community Plan. However, at this time, the traffic situation has not improved, and so this particular criterion has not been satisfied. Therefore, staff recommends that you continue the hearing to December 6, 2005 for the second reading of the ordinance and to adopt the findings to extend the life of the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance to 20, and approve the ordinance amendment, which would extend the life of the ordinance to December 31st, 2010. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions of staff? Wendy? Is she there? Do we have any requests to testify?
I have no requests to testify.
Oh, here comes somebody. Got to move quickly this morning.
I have one request to speak.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Victoria Green, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Montecito Association, and I know that a number of other individuals had intended to be here as well, and I think they're probably on their way here right now. You've been moving rather quickly. On behalf of the Montecito Association, I want to let you know that we believe that the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance has served as an important tool to pace the rate of new residential development within the Montecito community, and we believe that it's important that you continue the ordinance for at least 5 years. We would like to see for 10 years, but we understand there may be some limitations on your ability to do that because of environmental review. While the annual limit in place under the ordinance on new residential development is rarely reached, we believe that the ordinance has a tempering effect that's critical to the community during those boom years, the years when we see a lot of demand for new residential development. As staff described, there are a number of roadways and intersections in the community that continue to operate at unacceptable levels, and we agree that retention of the ordinance is critical to ensure that development's appropriately paced and not allowed to proceed untempered, given that the time frame for completion of those improvements is unknown at this point in time. We also believe that the ordinance is especially important in a community that's been subject to a real intensification of use. There's an incredible amount of development going on in the community that's not regulated by this ordinance. Remodels, intensification of use with the addition of second residential units. I just saw a land use permit come across my desk recently that allowed for the development of a new residence on a site where and an artist studio on a site where an existing unit would be converted to second residential unit. So we're seeing properties in Montecito used more intensively than they have been in the past, and we encourage you to extend the ordinance. Thank you.
Well, unless somebody shows up, I don't know that there's any issues at this board. Mr. Carvajal, do you want to lead off?
Well, I think staff has been eloquent in presenting the fact that there's still a significant issue with the public health and safety in regards to traffic. I think it's important to recognize that the Montecito GMO does not affect remodels, it doesn't affect second units, it doesn't affect affordable housing strategies outlined in the community plan. And I think that when we consider the infrastructure improvements that have been outlined in the Montecito community plan that have not been realized, including those on the 101 that SBCAG has been working on along with Santa Barbara County, I think that we see a very clear picture of the limitations in the roads infrastructure that exists in the Montecito community. And I know Mr. Court is here from Public Works, and I'd like for him to elaborate a little bit more on that one point, which is basically the crux of the issue and why staff is recommending this. And if so, Mr. Court, if you could just elaborate a little bit more on that, I think it's really important.
Sure. Supervisor Carbajal. I appreciate it. By the way, the last name's Eilertson, first name's Corp. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, really the crux of the whole issue, I think you hit the nail on the head, Supervisor Carbajal, is that Montecito is essentially a rural area. And, you know, we've established a pretty stringent level of service guideline to try to keep congestion down to a level that's acceptable to the community. And some of the projects we have and mitigation measures we developed in the community plan are projects that are going to be, you know, they're going to take a while to implement if they are in fact feasible. For example, widening Hot Springs Road. For example, I believe we have the right-of-way, but, you know, we may be dealing with some hedges and it's some significant issues there in terms of that project. And I know that some projects were done, like back in the 70s, Hot Springs was widened to add bike lanes, so we have Class 2 bike lanes on Hot Springs Road. So most of the projects, I'd say probably 95% of the projects that we worked with the First District and under your direction have been primarily operational improvements, additional signage, striping, school zone projects, things of that nature that really make a difference. And we've had a few bridge replacements, and we added some bike lanes on North Jameson. So those are the kinds of projects that will probably get us, you know, a bigger bang for the buck. And in the larger picture, yes, 101 is an issue, and your board sits on the SBCAG board, and that's a big project that maybe will help this whole situation here. And you know, 101 is of course quite a debacle, and we get spillover traffic into Montecito. So yeah, so I think you've
Thank you. I think that summarized that. With that, I'd like to make a motion to...
We have some comments here. Mr. Firestone, hold on.
Madam Chair, fellow members, there is a great deal that's desirable about this growth management, and therein lies the problem. It's so desirable that a number of communities around this county would like to have such an ordinance. And a number of communities have the same problems with infrastructure, with roadways, with water, with public safety, and all those elements. I mean, I can think of places in the San Ynez Valley, on the Gaviota Coast, Isla Vista, Goleta, Nolita. All those places would like to place limitations on growth, and for very logical, reasonable reasons. And if we allow this to continue in one area of the county, why should we not extend it to other areas of the county? Well, there's a very good reason. The state is requiring a housing element. The state is requiring us to accommodate a certain amount of growth. And if we do not do so, there will be severe penalties. And we are negotiating with the state a very reasonable and acceptable housing element, which the state authorities may or may not accept. And if they don't, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and do some things that our communities don't particularly want to have happen. So in passing this ordinance, which opens the way to other communities as well, we're sending a very bad message in terms of the acceptance of our housing element. Because we're saying on the one hand that we will comply with your growth necessities and your plan. We have a plan for this, and it's a good plan, by the way. It does not intrude greatly on the county, and it's manageable if we can sell it to the state. But if at the same time we pass growth limitations for certain communities, with the potential of that growing to other communities, we're going to hurt our county in the long run. So I think that we should take a second look at this, and I just don't think we should send this message at this time.
Madam Chair?
I think Joe wanted to say something else. Joe, did you want to add to that?
Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to ask some questions of staff with respect to the charts on page 8 and page 9 of the staff report. And as the staff report indicates, we've had 2 of the 3 issues that we considered when we developed this ordinance. The 2 issues have gone away: the issue of water and the issue of fire services. and we sit here with the traffic circulation plan that seems to be the cumbersome one that we're dealing with here. So with respect to the charts on both page 8 and page 9, we have a number of projects there. Are we saying that if these projects come online, that the circulation issue goes away? And if that's the case, are we also saying that if these projects don't go online, then the circulation issue stays, and we still have that public health issue? Is that what we're saying? I need the answer to that because I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, Supervisor, I think these projects would have to be reevaluated in terms of, some of these projects are unfunded, and I think we'd have to go in and take a look at the effectiveness and the exact project scope. And
okay, my question was that if these projects don't come online, will the traffic circulation issue go away or will it stay?
I'm going to defer that question to the planning department.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Centeno, I think if none of these projects go forward, then we're still going to have a traffic issue and circulation issue and problem in Montecito. If these projects go forward, we will certainly have some improvement, but we'll also have to evaluate, because these are just the projects that are currently on the planning horizon. There may be some additional projects that were identified in the Montecito Community Plan and that could also improve the traffic situation, but they have not been put on the planning horizon currently.
Okay, and if I look at the projects that we're talking about here, there's a number of them. On page 8, I think there's 8 projects, and all but 2 of those are in a different venue than Santa Barbara County. I'm talking about in terms of who has the authority to make those projects go forward. So if the county doesn't have any authority with respect to making those projects go forward, how can we ever get those projects done so that they have some benefit to the Montecito ordinance? On page 9, every single one of those projects is under the auspices of SB-CAG. And if they choose not to fund those projects, then the county doesn't really have a whole lot to say about it. So I guess what I'm suggesting here is if we have all these projects that we need to put online in order for this traffic circulation issue to go away, and the county doesn't have any authority about whether they whether they come online or not, how do we get this thing resolved?
Madam Chair, Board Member Centeno, the comment I would add is we have some funded projects on that list. And when those projects go forward, what we would need to do then is reassess the level of service and the circulation issues in order to ascertain whether or not the policy capacity standards of the community plan have improved because of them. I think at that point, we'll be able to have facts. Right now, we have proposals that we hope will solve the problem, but when we actually see those funded projects come to fruition, then we'll be able to look at the community again and see if we have met those goals. Like, for example, the 101 improvement program that is currently funded will be a large step and a good project to then go back and look at the Montecito Community Plan once those are complete and see what effect that has had on the community's circulation overall, because we know that, for example, in Montecito, more than maybe even some other communities, the circulation patterns there are highly sensitized by the freeway traffic. And so that will be an important one for us to look at when it's completed.
And I suppose that's where my concern lies. If you're dealing with the 101 widening project, that's a project that we may not see in our lifetime. And so having said that, it would seem to me that this extension of this ordinance would have to be in perpetuity, because we're never ever going to see the end of a circulation element here that's going to be beneficial so that it would cause us to delete that part of it. So, you know, extending this thing to 2010, I guess really doesn't mean anything.
Brooks, did you
Well,
want
Madam Chair, to add to that point, there are many communities in the county that share exactly these same problems. And so this is not unique to one area. And we accommodate these in our general plan and our community plans, and not in a specific plan, which, I repeat, sends a signal that I don't think we want to send at this present time.
Madam Chair, well, Mr. Firestone, with all due respect, I do feel that when you consider the congestion level that we are facing in the corridor, the 101 corridor in this particular area of our county, and when you consider all the LOS issues identified in the Montecito Community Plan, the improvements in the Montecito community that haven't been realized, let alone the congestion that's realized from the 101 freeway on the surface streets in Montecito, it's unlike any other community in our county. And I think that others are experiencing similar, but I would argue that I think we do have a unique set of circumstances in Montecito where this traffic circumstance, even though we've identified fire as no longer being an issue because of the downzoning that occurred in the community plan, when you consider the congestion and the threat of fire in Montecito and couple those two factors, it's a disaster waiting to happen. So I understand your concern and appreciate it, but I feel strongly that I think the circumstances are such in Montecito that it does warrant for the public health and safety that we enact this ordinance, at least for another the number of years being recommended by staff.
But, Madam Chair, if I may reply to that, I'm talking about Highway 246 that goes through the valley and into Lompoc, and I'm talking about the various streets around Isla Vista, and I'm talking about the various streets in Goleta. I'm talking about the fire threat that's everywhere, equally shared by all these communities. And if we adopt a particular special plan for one area of the county, all these communities are going to want the same plan. And if we do that, the state is going to shut us down in terms of our housing element. That's my point.
Yeah, I do too, but Jody, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two questions. And question one is procedural. I noticed that a whole bunch of folks have turned in speaker slips, and I'm wondering how the chair is going to treat that, because it appears that we're into debate on part of the board.
I was going to offer an opportunity for them to speak, because we did move our agenda along much quicker than I thought this morning. So probably those of you who came thought we were going to be starting now, and we got an early start. So I was going to do that, but go ahead and ask your question.
And then my second question is, and this is really important to me, and I do not know who to address this to, is in my district, in the Orcutt area, if the road is not adequate, we simply deny the project. So why does Montecito need a growth ordinance limitation? Why wouldn't a simple denial of the project on issue by issue apply? It just doesn't make sense.
Diane?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, I'll try and answer that question, and I think it's a very good one. In Montecito, we typically don't see large discretionary projects that would trigger policy issues that you're talking about, consistency with the circulation element. We see infill projects and single-family residences, and the growth management ordinance mainly attempts to control the rate of growth on those single-family lots that already exist. So there's no opportunity to approve or deny based upon that policy trigger, because we don't apply those policies to single-family residences.
So if it's a single-family residence, that must mean that it's a second unit that this growth management ordinance controls, right? Because it certainly isn't family planning.
No, it's a single-family residence on a vacant lot. That's what this ordinance essentially controls.
Okay.
Not
No, well, not
remodels.
remodels,
No,
because
not
that's family
remodels,
planning.
not tear downs and reconstructions. It's new single-family
And
residences.
second
There's-
units?
No.
No?
All right, so let's be very specific. How many single-family lots are we talking about here that we can't allow building on because of this moratorium?
Well, let me
That's a tough question.
try and
I get.
reframe the question, and then I'll ask staff to try and provide the number of vacant lots. I think what you're asking is the number of vacant lots that would be affected by the growth management ordinance.
Correct.
It's not a moratorium, and it's not a prohibition on development. It's a metering of development. And I don't know if we have a number, so staff's looking for
Okay,
that.
thank you.
The other point I just wanted to make while I'm at the mic is this is really a policy issue for the Board of Supervisors to make. The Montecito Growth Management Ordinance was enacted in 1991 with the Montecito Community Plan. There were 3 factors that were identified that justified the imposition of the ordinance. 2 of those have gone away. I think the staff, both from Public Works and from my department, have provided the board with sufficient information to make a policy choice on whether or not to extend, but it is indeed a policy choice of the board.
Diane, while they're looking, I have a question for you, and I think it's a follow-up on what Supervisor Firestone was saying. We have a mandate from the state for affordable housing, and I don't know what this ordinance would do to moving forward in that in terms of any possibilities in Montecito. Nothing really has come forth, though I know there was some discussion preliminarily with possibility at the Miramar. So if this were in place, would that prevent any opportunity for more affordable housing, small as it might be?
Madam Chair, that's a good question. The ordinance actually exempts affordable housing development as well as second units to try and encourage the provision of either housing that's restricted or housing that could provide affordable opportunities.
Because
in
like
fact.
Mr. Firestone, I have some of the same issues in my district, and we have seriously impacted intersections throughout the East Goleta Valley area, so.
Right.
Madam
ahead.
Chair, I was just going to add that if you look at the Montecito Community Plan, there are specific strategies that have been outlined, and staff now has reconciled since the early rezone days that brought much concern to the Board of Supervisors. And I think that clearly the ordinance does exempt those housing units that would raise some eyebrows by the state. So, like I said, I do appreciate the concerns that have been raised. I just, in light of the traffic issues, and again associated with the reduction in fire hazard because of the downsone as part of the community plan, I still think when you mix the evacuation during a circumstance or an incident, and you consider the traffic issues involved, I think it's a disastrous formula. So with that,
We have, I'm
do
going
have
to allow the others, there's only 4 people.
Madam Chair,
Go
if I
ahead.
could just answer the question about how many vacant lots remain. I think it's somewhere around 300.
Okay, thank you. Let's go, yeah.
300, Cord? We got 300 possible vacant lots. What type of an impact will 300 vacant lots built out have on your circulation? I mean, how many new trips does that generate? Wow, thanks a lot, Johnny.
300 lots, well, it's approximately 10 daily trips per lot, and basically 1 peak hour trip per lot. So, you'd have, what did you say, how many units? 300?
300 units.
Yeah, you'd have approximately 300 peak hour trips, which, it depends on where it is. If it's dispersed throughout the planning area, then you might not see it.
Question?
Yes,
But if it's
and how many
concentrated-
lots are there in the area altogether?
I'm sorry?
How many lots would there be just around numbers in Montecito? Thousands?
We tackled this in '92. I don't recall the exact number of units. Maybe planning. I don't.
All right, let's go back to, I'll reopen the public testimony. Robert Collector, to be followed by Barry Siegel.
Madam Chair, the question was about to be answered.
I'm sorry, I thought they were looking for it. Go ahead, Jude. I didn't
Thank
see
you.
you. I apologize.
Yes, I wanted to respond to Mr. Firestone's question. It's off the top of my head, but I was the project manager in the Montecito Community Plan back in the early 90s. And our build-out numbers for the community at that time were slightly under 1,000 units for total build-out of the community.
Okay.
For remaining build-out of the area in order to get to full build-out of the community.
Of
Something
1,000
around-
more lots? No, that was 10 years, more than 10 years ago.
Right,
I think he was asking what is the total number of lots.
My question was, how many lots are there in Montecito
Yeah.
altogether?
Right, I think it's in the 1,000 range, but I'd have to go back and check.
Two. Okay, we'll get to that. I think somebody has the answer. She's going to come in a minute. Bob, followed by Barry Siegel.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Robert Collector. I'm the chair for the past 2 years of the Land Use Committee at the Association and a vice president. Let me just try to answer this and help you. There were about 1,000 lots to be developed back when staff and GPAC put this plan together. There have been, since the growth ordinance has been in effect, about 370, I believe, of those lots that have been built, so I think there's closer to 650 lots to go in the projected plan. I think that has about 40 more years to roll out. Briefly, let me just say a couple of things. First of all, in the Montecito Community Plan, please be aware that affordable housing is a component of our plan, that these houses and affordable housing are mutually exclusive. I think that allowing communities to plan smartly, and by planning, it's not just parceling out the number of homes that can be built, but doing it together with schools and roads and safety and water and sanitary was our goal, and we are sure that it's the thoughtful goal of all communities who wish to have plans in this county. The number of homes that are built are tied to our infrastructure. We do have serious traffic problems. Come and visit us and you'll see. Traffic problems, by the way, that are making our paramedics and our fire take longer to get to emergencies. If you speak to our chief of our fire district, you'll know this. For a year, I was the Montecito Association liaison with the special districts. When we came down and spoke before the MPC on AB 1866 second units, we had all the special districts come and talk about where our infrastructure was with respect to extra housing. We do believe every community should do their fair share. We believe that fair shares should be accommodated by the services that communities need to ensure that housing for people is safe. In our case, we do have serious traffic and safety problems. I don't understand why sanitary wasn't in the staff reports, because sanitary and water have been in recently. To speak to the association, our rates are going up. We had wonderful rain last year. I read the report. That's not to say that the rain could stop, and in 2 years we will have serious infrastructure problems. I would just ask that you consider this not as something special for Montecito. What this is a component of planning. Mr. Firestone, we'd love to show you our plan. We have about 125 sites that have been approved by county for affordable housing. We have a committee. We have worked tirelessly with the past director and with county staff to make sure that those sites don't go away. We think that's a mutually exclusive argument, and we hope that you would give us the respect of understanding that all we attempt to do is to do safe, sound planning, and we have gone on record as hoping that all communities do no different than we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collector.
Question to Mr. Collector.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you would agree that other communities in the county have problems similar to Montecito in regard to infrastructure and public safety.
Absolutely.
And if this is beyond your community plan, this growth ordinance is good for you, would it not be good for all the communities in the county?
Well,
that have these problems or similar problems?
here is what I think about that. I think it would be a mistake to assume that a plan in one community is either good or bad for anywhere else. What we think is, number one, that we do believe that the county and the state has serious problems, probably far worse than ours. What we would hope is that you don't penalize a community for some planning by making the argument that it's about whether other places have it versus Montecito. We've had this for a number of years now, and it's worked, it's dovetailed with our infrastructure. I don't believe, sir, that by allowing this to examine it, Mr. Centeno said, will things be different in 5 years? Maybe they're not. Maybe 5 years now we decide it's a waste of time. But I think to punish planning because another community doesn't have the same set of metrics, I'm not sure if that's wise. That's
Mr. Collector, the punishment we're anticipating is because of the potential signal to the state. The whole county will be punished because of our housing element not being accepted by having growth management plans developed in the county.
If, sir, the growth management plan in Montecito, as the question was asked, made affordable housing, hurt the possibility of affordable housing anywhere, I would agree with you. But since it does not, it talks about a kind of dwelling that is not the same definition as affordable housing. It doesn't infringe at all on the stock of affordable housing possibilities in Montecito. I think it maybe would be wrong to enact growth management ordinances that did in fact chip away at those particular sites. But I think in this instance, because it does not at all affect the number of sites that have already been identified, then I don't know if that argument works here.
I just want to add one thing. I'd like to know more about the sites that have been identified. I'm not aware of that.
We can show them to you.
Yeah,
yes.
at another time, but I would
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Siegel, to be followed by Andy Caldwell in Santa Maria.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to say a few things about the growth management ordinance. First of all, it's not an ordinance to stop development. It's an ordinance to limit the rate of growth of development. It also applies only to new single-family homes on empty lots. It does not affect, tear-downs, modification of existing homes, and things of this sort. I also noticed in the staff report that, you're allowed 19 new applications a year. As far as I understand from the staff report, they're not all filled right now. So actually, the growth management ordinance is a control when there's a lot of, excitement about new housing, kind of when you have a bubble, kind of simple situations where we had in the past, but not right now. It seems to me the growth management ordinance allows the community to limit the development of empty lots in an organized and planned way. It seems to me that it's not something that is going to have a very large, that if you got rid of it, it's not going to have a very large impact on the community, but it does allow the community to do some effective planning, and it does allow the community to try to respond to the traffic and water and other issues. Now, in regard to the comment by the question by Supervisor Firestone, other communities might want to consider this, particularly communities that are growing very fast, because it's going to be very difficult for other communities to do their planning if they have no control over the development of the lots, at least the rate of development of the lots. And I think that's an issue you ought to consider. Thank you very much.
Mr. Caldwell, to be followed by Deirdre Hansen.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab, and we urge you to reject the extension of this ordinance due to the concerns that Supervisor Firestone and some of the other supervisors have eloquently raised. And I want to bring up the point that the last speaker brought up, and this is on page 3 of your staff report under ordinance implementation, and actually the section above that as well. The annual growth limit is 0.5%. 0.5%. And yet, in the 14 years that they've had this ordinance in place, 117 allocations were allowed to expire and they don't allow the people to renew them. They have to get back in line and compete. And even then, since 2002, there's been fewer applications made than allocations. And I want to argue the exact opposite point. This ordinance is superfluous. It is a dinosaur that should no longer be taking time, energy, and money from Santa Barbara County to enact, hassling people when Montecito is not being overrun with growth. And secondly, in view of the fact that their 0.5% was their growth rate, and they didn't even make that because they've turned down, or actually most of these allocations have expired or not even been applied for, they're not doing their fair share in this community, so why even have this hurdle there? It is precedent setting. Supervisor Carbajal has his own planning commission, his own bar, and his own ordinance. He does not need overkill in the form of this because it is precedent setting. It does send the wrong message to the state. And if we really want to talk about threats to public health and safety, the threat is that cops, firefighters, nurses, and doctors can't find a place they could afford to live in that area should they be available if there really is a fire or something else like that. And we do think it's ridiculous to look at the overflow from the 101 as if that is traffic that is generated from Montecito. They're two separate issues. And Supervisor Firestone, I agree with you. I've been stuck in traffic quite a long number of times between Buellton and San Ynez on that 246 from commuters. And I'm not sure if you should punish, or people in Solving should be punished because commuters are going through their area. It's two separate problems. This thing is a relic. It is a dinosaur. It is superfluous. Do not extend it. Thank you.
Ms. Hanson, to be followed by Jamie Brown.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. I bought my house in 1983 because there was a no-growth policy in Santa Barbara and Montecito. I lived in Los Angeles, and I was watching that city slowly get destroyed by the growth. My street is a dead-end street. It's Orchard Avenue. It's off East Valley Road, right near Sheffield Drive. I believe there are 37 houses on the street, and there are a lot of families there. And I think one of the things you have to think about with growth is that kids grow up, and then they want to drive. The people who live next door to me, a couple with 2 teenage daughters, have 5 cars. And all these families on my street, the kids are going to grow up and have cars. East Valley Road, while it's a highway, 192, has now become a freeway because the people are so frustrated on 101 that they get off. And they drive at least 50 miles an hour on East Valley Road, and the speed limit is 35. And this is starting way back in Carpinteria. Some of them get off at Toro Canyon, which is 192. So my concern is with the traffic because it just keeps getting worse. And if you've been to Los Angeles, you know that that city is completely gridlocked. It's impossible. We don't want this to be that way in Santa Barbara. And Montecito is the gateway to Santa Barbara. All these commuters have to go through Montecito. So it isn't so much about the houses, it's the growth we have from the people who are here and growing up. And that's my concern.
Thank you. Jamie Brown, to be followed by John Thorndike.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Supervisors. I'm Jamie Brown. I'm president of the Montecito Association, and I'm here for the formal request by the Montecito Association, who has unanimously voted to ask for this extension. I hear a couple of things today about affordable housing. This is not about affordable housing. The Montecito community actually has worked very diligently in the last 6 years that I've been on board to find housing inside of Montecito. I hope you understand we are geographically encumbered by an ocean and a set of mountains in the Los Padres National Forest, but we do work, and I can personally guarantee you that I have asked applicants in development projects to include affordable housing. So we work as diligently and as hard as we can, and I don't think the growth ordinance, I don't think managing growth is eliminating growth in any manner. Our infrastructure is extremely fragile, and it does need to be balanced with development so that the public health and safety is not affected. We strongly concur with your staff report. that the traffic needs to be brought into balance before growth management can be eliminated. Our community is concerned about the unmeasured burden of residential second units, which hasn't been addressed in that report. We don't know what that burden is at this point. They're unmeasured to us. I've been given a heads up this morning from the Montecito Sanitary District that during rainy times, the sewer system treatment plants exceed capacity. They're working on a remedy, but unmanaged growth will cause a severe and unexpected burden on the sewers. I don't know quite why they're not a part of the staff report, but they're certainly a part of our infrastructure and extremely apparently burdened. In our letter, we requested a 10-year extension. We'd like to revise that now to be in line with the EIR report, and we would request only a 5-year extension. But the Montecito strongly encourages that action today. And if I can answer questions, I will. But I'd also like to bring back Victoria Green if you have, technical questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thorndike. Thank you, Jamie.
As Jamie Brown just said, balance is the key. I'm John Thorndike, and I'm from Toro Canyon. Been there 36 years. And Montecito General Plan does allow at least one dwelling on, or domicile, in my case is domicile, which is much more important, on any one parcel. And that's very, very critical. Now, I am the ex officio fire marshal up there, believe it or not. And I don't allow anybody, including Venoco, to smoke on my property. That's for certain. They ought to know better being in the business they're in. And I have dismissed people from there as high as federal people for smoking. There's no nonsense about it. Now, I have ag-zoned land. I should be able to park a trailer up there, but for some reason, even though my neighbors, the McEwens, say that they acknowledge, and their title company acknowledges that I own the agricultural entrance to my own property, which is 224 feet wide, they don't allow me to park in there. But strangely, they get a tractor through my property and park it and then pile dirt in front of it. Now, that's a kind of like mystery to me. Now, they are opening up that road from the other side, so I'll reserve until they come up with it. But in the meantime, I am going to go back, and I hate to have to do it, to go back to Bob Fitzgerald and sue him and all successors entitled to the 1074 Toro Canyon Road, which may include the county before I'm through, because the county ends their road and may have an interest in there, vested interest. I'm not mentioning the county. I'm not mentioning I'm giving special preference to the California Fish and Game. I'm giving them undivided attention. So I'm on my way up to Oregon. I will see a guy that knows something about this sort of thing up there in Salem, and I'll see my son there. And I'm on an errand of mercy. It's the third month in a row. But when I come back, I'll probably have some answers for us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Thorndike, and now I am closing the public hearing. This is official.
If you want a copy of this, Jane's got it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I do appreciate the dialogue we just had on this. I think there's a lot of good issues that have been raised from different perspectives. And I still am of the opinion that due to the traffic and circulation issues, it's and again, all the other factors that confound this, such as sewer that have been raised, along with one of my biggest fears, and even though fire has been downgraded as an issue for the GMO, when you consider the combination of the traffic issues involved with the threat of fire in this community, in my opinion, I just fear what could happen in the Montecito community. So I would like to make a motion to accept Planning and Development's recommendations regarding the MGMO A, B, and C.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just...
well, we need to see if there's a second first. All right, I will second it for point of discussion,
well.
purposes of discussion.
To speak to the motion, what we're talking about here is to put on top of a community plan, of our general plan, a growth management plan for one area of the county. My point is that in doing so, we're sending a signal to all the rest of the county that we're giving a special consideration to one area, which may also be desirable for these other areas. And if they adopt growth management plans, we are sending a signal to the state at exactly the wrong time, because we have developed a very productive, sensitive housing element, which may or may not be approved by the state. And by adopting growth management plans simultaneously, even though it exempts affordable housing, sends exactly the wrong signal. And there's a great deal of symbolic importance to this. And by denying this, we are thereby enhancing the possibility of approving our housing element, which is good for the whole county, as well as Montecito. Because if we don't get that approved, it's going to be painful for the county. So consequently, even though it has desirable elements for this community, I think for the good of the whole county, our constituents deserve us to not approve this.
Mr. Firestone, I have a question for staff. Trying to remember back a few years, I think it began before I came here, and we were sued by the state for, I don't know if it was a management, a GGMO type of thing, but there was something we had done that they sued us about.
To be technical, Madam Chair,
Okay.
if you don't mind me interrupting, Madam Chair, members of the board, we sued the state.
Okay.
We sued the state because there was a dispute between the Department of Housing and Community Development about whether the existence of our growth management ordinances, and at the time we had the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance and the Goleta Growth Management Ordinance, whether the existence of those growth management ordinance was an impediment to the certification of our housing element. And we sued them, and there were different results in the trial court. We settled with the state. And we settled with the state upon an agreement for the board to modify our growth management ordinances so that they would have a finite termination date and a requirement that there be findings that linked the continuation of the growth management ordinance to continued infrastructure deficiencies. The board amended the growth management ordinances accordingly, and the litigation was dismissed.
So at the time, we didn't have linkages to infrastructure, is what you're saying?
Well, we had them, but they weren't strong enough to satisfy the Department of Housing and Community Development. There were extensive discussions and negotiations, probably more than a year. My recollection is that Judge Staffel, then Supervisor Staffel, had extensive trips to Sacramento and conversations with the department before the case was finally resolved.
And what do you mean by finite?
Finite, a year when they end. What the,
Okay,
the
but we
state
have
of
serial, I mean, we have 5 years now, and we might have 5 years again.
That's consistent with the agreement that we reached. They required that there be a date when the ordinance terminated, so that it wouldn't be a perpetual slowdown or ban on development, but that it actually be linked to a periodic review and a review of the constraints on the infrastructure.
You answered my question.
Madam Chair, one of the conclusions that we have to make from this is that the state is a little bit suspicious of our intentions here in Santa Barbara County, and that by renewing this, we are sending a signal that they have a right to be suspicious. And I repeat, if this housing element is not adopted, the entire county will suffer. And even though there are some modest benefits for Montecito, I think they are outweighed by the good of the whole county in this regard.
Yeah, Johnny?
Thank you, Supervisor Rose. At this point in time, I don't have the ability to support the motion, and I'll tell you why. Number one is I see it as superfluous, as stated, because Montecito has a planning commission, Board of Architectural Review, its own ordinance, and a very, very strong lobbying ability to shut down growth. It will only affect 300 at the most lots. However, and as far as the issue about sewers, is if in fact someone came and said they wanted to build a house and there were not adequate sewers, they'd be told they can't build a house. So we don't need to continue to compound the difficulty. And then I think the most basic of all my concerns about this is what Supervisor Firestone has pointed out when he kept restating the word fair. I mean, when you drive to Lompoc on 246 and people are being killed in huge traffic accidents, then maybe the folks in Lompoc would like an opportunity to have no growth. And then that flies in the face of the state. So what I'd like to do, Supervisor Carbajal, if there's a way we could do this, is it's obvious that your constituents are very concerned about making certain that their area doesn't grow very rapidly, and I can see that concern. I just wish we could work something out. I'd be happy to continue this matter, to have Supervisor Carbajal work with his constituents and see if we could go somewhere besides just a straight growth ordinance, because it doesn't ring right. And I also want to point out, just another aside, that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 planning staff members here, and someone from County Council, 7, and traffic, 8, 9 staff members here on an ordinance that when we don't even meet the 0.5% growth rate. So I think we're over exaggerating, and I'm sorry I'm getting a nasty look from the planner who, I think I counted right. Maybe the ones behind you I shouldn't have counted.
They're for other items.
They're for other items, okay, all right. So we have, I think, again, that we should ask you to take this back to your constituents and give us a little bit more to work with, because it's the fair thing that keeps bothering me.
Well, Ms. Gray, I really do appreciate your perspective and your reluctance, and I do that as well for Mr. Firestone. I just don't see how going back is going to bring anything new other than the simplicity of the ordinance, the way it's put forth, that it's really traffic is the hook, traffic is the finding. We do fall within the parameters of the settlement that we reached with the state regarding the GMO last time. And while I do appreciate your encouragement to see if there's a different way, I just see it as pretty straightforward. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask my colleagues to reconsider, and I'd like to call for the question.
Joe, did you want to comment before we get a sense of where this is going?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I raised some issues earlier with respect to how long this is going to be here, given that the traffic issues don't go away. But having said that, I look at what this is, and this is the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance. It's not the Montecito No Growth Ordinance. So what I think the message is that we're dealing with here is that they acknowledge that there's going to be growth in the Montecito community, but the folks that live there want to manage it in a way that it doesn't become unbearable to them. It doesn't create adverse impacts to those who may want to visit there. And I see nothing at all wrong with that. I think that everyone who lives in a particular community should have the right to be a part of putting together the model by which that community will grow. And I see the same kinds of issues in the Goleta area as I see in Montecito. Those people in the Goleta unincorporated area are very passionate about their community and want to see it grow in a way that does not in any way destroy their quality of life. So if we're saying that because we do this for Montecito, we may very well have to do it for Goleta, you know, I really don't see anything wrong with that, to be real honest with you. The issue, I suppose, is the issue of affordable housing, and that was cleared up to some extent today by the comments that you do have in your community plan, some provisions for affordable housing. So one of the questions that I would like to ask our staff is the growth rate caps that are, what, 19 allocations. Does that include the affordable housing? Or maybe someone can answer that. Is affordable housing something over and above the 19 allocations?
It's exempt, so it doesn't count in any of it.
So I'm asking staff to respond to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Centeno. The affordable housing units are not included in that growth.
And I thought that's what I heard.
allocations.
So getting back to the mandates that we have from the state of California with respect to the housing element, you know, I think that this doesn't do anything to prejudice our position with respect to that aspect of the housing element. So we're going to comply with the state's mandate, and extending this ordinance does not, in my estimation, do anything at all to jeopardize that for us. So I suppose that I sit here wanting to accommodate the desires of my colleagues in whose district these projects are, and I've tried to do that for the 2.5 years that I've been here, and I will, I think, continue to do that. I don't see this thing as anything that's going to change anything with respect to what is happening in Montecito. The 19 allocations have not been met. They have the people who live there, I would suppose, would have a right to come forward with a project, and so far they haven't done that for whatever reason. So I don't see this as an instrument that is preventing people from building their little projects, at least not up to this point, given that the 19 allocations haven't been met. So I am going to, I think, support my colleague from the first district. I don't see this as something that's going to preclude my colleague from the third district from doing some things in his district that accommodate the needs of his constituency. And I don't see this as a way of saying to the state of California, we are not going to abide by your mandates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. There are a couple of issues here for me, and I think for the most part they've been answered. The first one was affordable housing, and I wanted that emphasized today because I think that is important. And Supervisor Firestone is right about the concerns and the issues and what messages we might be sending. But you've answered that question. The other point I am responding to is that this manages single housing, individual residences, as opposed to, and I think Diane answered that question, large developments, which more often than not happen in other districts. I think the infrastructure issue is important for all of us in every one of our districts. I can't imagine one district where we don't have that. And Supervisor Centeno, I appreciate, again, you're recognizing the issues that exist in the East Goleta Valley. We, as you know, are beginning a visioning process there, and we did have at one point a Goleta Growth Management Ordinance, and it more or less went away because we were not meeting our supposed goals. It didn't seem to make a difference. But I seriously believe that in the new visioning process, the community plan, we're going to have that on the table again, just for consideration, because I think it is important, and I look at it as one more tool. Whether or not it will be, it'll come forth, we'll see what the community wants to do. But I think there is one, I'm going to go back to something I said before. I asked about affordable housing sites in the Montecito Community Plan. It's my understanding at this point that they're not on the table for discussion by the Planning Commission at their November meeting when those sites will be looked at. and help me if I'm wrong, Steve or Diane, but my recollection is that they're not there for the November 28th meeting. Maybe it's John. And maybe that's important for Montecito to come forward and participate if, in fact, you've got the sites, and we certainly have looked at something from the Miramar's perspective, that might help Supervisor Firestone's concern, and mine too, in terms of what we send as a message. And I can tell you from the district I represent, we're going to be looking at those sites, our sites, we're going to be looking at this issue. But I think what I know what the people in my district feel. They want to do their fair share, and that's what they expect the other districts to do also. So that's an appeal I'm making to you. John?
Madam Chair, before John answers, I just... be assured that there are going to be some opportunities in the first district. This is Montecito, a little segment of the first district, and to insist that that district, that part of the community, have sites, we have strategies in the community plan. There will be opportunities in the first district, and I guess I just want to make that clear. The sites that were raised before throughout the county for rezone have been taken off the table, and we started a fresh look. And I just don't see how revisiting those issues or those sites are going to make things better. I think we've gotten smarter. We are reconsidering how to proceed in a way that's going to meet our affordable housing mandate. And I do want staff to respond, but they have been off the table for those reasons because they were just not well thought out.
Well, I guess, and I'll let John speak. You know, I see some heads nodding in the audience. If, in fact, the Montecito Association has gone past the point that Salud was talking about and has found some sites that might be acceptable at some point, that's all I'm saying. They should be put forward. Mr. McGinnis?
Madam Chair, we would certainly welcome any new additional information the association has to offer regarding sites. I will say that we are working on a large development in the first district. It's actually in the Carpinteria Valley that would provide for potentially some several units of farm worker housing. So there are some projects in place. I'll certainly follow up with Ms. Brown and the association to see what additional information they have, and we can include that in the Planning Commission hearing at the end of this month.
I think that would be appropriate. Thank you. So, if there's no more comments, go ahead. Go for it.
Madam Chair, you mentioned that there's a chance of affordable housing on the Miramar. That sounds like a nightmare to me.
No, what we talked about was employee housing, and whether the owner-developer would consider doing that. And it was just an initial discussion. I don't know if it's gone much.
That's just a great residential, beautiful site.
Well, it is done in hotels around the world, and that would be up to the owner, and that was just an idea that was put forth. And I know there were some discussions. I don't know if there's been any movement on it. But I think, in hindsight, if I could do that at the Bacar and other hotels, and the need is desperate, and I think that's a responsibility if it works in a particular site, on a particular site. And again, that's up to the owner and the developer.
During the year, and cast an eye toward those which may be coming up, of which there are several now. Now, this is in line with some of the broad policies that the board adopted earlier in the year, including accountability, a customer focus, and efficiency, and this one goes to the accountability probably more than anything here. So what you've got in your booklet is a great deal of explanation on the status of each of the adopted project, and these are done in a standard format, so both the text presentation and the Gantt charts that are in here that fold out are the standard for every project, so that you look in the same place no matter what it is. Now, because of that, rather than going detail by detail through all these separate projects, you can read them on your own. We thought we'd use the housing element as an example and go through there and explain how this report works, because we'll be doing it out into the future and using it to manage. And then you might have questions on the detail of any of them, but we're not going to present all of them we're just going to use the housing element one as the template and the standard here. So if that's okay with you, John McGinnis and the staff are ready to go forward here.
I'm looking over there, I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
A little bit of musical chairs this morning. Wow, that's
a little dark.
Dark.
Try that again. That'd be a little challenging.
Well, thank you. As Mike mentioned, this is our first quarterly report, so we're certainly open and welcome to any input and suggestions on the level of content, too much, too little. Let's go to the first slide. As was mentioned, our division does have a 3-year work plan, which has several objectives in it, is approved each year by the board, and in the case of this current work plan, was approved by the board on May 24th, 2005. And this is our first year of providing quarterly reports, so this is the very first one. In the quarterly report, after developing this quarterly report, we did take it to the Planning Commission to provide them as the planning agency with an overview of the status of all the projects and what's going on. And it was well received on November 2nd by the Commission. They had some comments, and their comments really were, they felt that the quarterly report was very helpful for them because it brought them up to speed on where we're at with all these different projects. They felt that it illustrated the complexity of the projects and the processes that we're going through for each. And perhaps as importantly, and this goes to the accountability issue, what we'll see in here is that it established a baseline for the progress and tracking of all of our projects. So we have now established the Gantt charts, as Mr. Brown referred to. We have quarterly goals or accomplishments and goals, and we'll be able to look to what we said we were going to do when we come back the next time to report on our success in meeting the project goals that were identified. So the structure of the report, we tried to keep it fairly simple and straightforward. It is uniform for all of the key projects. There is an introduction to the quarterly report, and then there's a whole section that gets into the details of the progress on our key projects or core priority projects, and that includes a project summary for each, the first quarter accomplishments, second quarter goals, and then any project modifications that have arisen at the direction of your board or other advisory committees in the first quarter that might have affected the scope or the schedule and budget. And then finally, the report has a summary section that ties it all together and talks about how it relates to our overall work effort for the rest of the year and into the second and or third years. The main section of the report, as I mentioned, focused on the core priorities or key projects, and they're covered in detail. Those include, in this year's work effort, the housing element, Santa Ynez Community Plan, the Agricultural Preserve Uniform Rules Update, the Ordinance 661 Consistency Rezone Project, our Old Town Orchid Streetscape and Design Guidelines, and then finally our Residential Design Guidelines in Goleta. So, to illustrate the detail contained in the report, I thought I'd cover the housing element project. The project summary in the report talks about the state's mandate that we provide an update every 5 years, that the housing element was initiated in 2004, it was adopted by the board, or excuse me, in 2002, adopted by the board in 2004, and then some of the next steps. And some of this I think we covered in great detail and length last week when the ad hoc subcommittee on housing element provided the update to your board. There's also, if we can go to the next slide, some information on the work plans, project schedule, and major tasks. That relates to the original schedule that was identified in the existing work plan prior to any reviews, and you can see where we have dates and primary tasks associated with the project. And then on the next slide, this gives you an indication where we have gone into some detail as far as what's happened in the first quarter, if we've made any modifications to each of the respective projects, and also what some of the scheduling and added costs
John,
might
a
be.
question up here.
Yes.
Mr. McGinnis, my question has to do, I didn't know how to compare it to last year. Are the cost estimates, are they different from what happened last year's cost estimates? Are they more, less?
We did not do a review of all of the modifications to projects in the last year, at least not for this quarterly report. We could, I think we intend to do it in the future.
Okay. I'm not asking you to. It's just,
Yeah.
I know that the whole, we've had a structural change in planning and development, and that estimates of what things are going to cost seem to be more grounded than they maybe were in years past. And so I thought maybe I could recognize it in the report, and I didn't have anything to compare it to.
We just felt that it was important to be quite specific as to any timing issues, scheduling issues related to new tasks, and really have those grounded costs attributable to them. So it really provides for a baseline in all of these projects that we can all look to, and it's documented to say, here's what these new task modifications have entailed or will entail into the future.
John, as long as we're asking questions, how did the ad hoc subcommittee wound up to be $84,000 in additional costs?
Well, I thought maybe you might ask that question.
If you had told Brooks and me, maybe we would have said, forget about it, or we buy our own lunches or whatever, but give me a break. I'm sorry, I'm giving you a bad time, but I would like to understand it better.
As a member of the ad hoc subcommittee, I expected that question. We did actually, these were not guesstimates on cost projections. We had looked at the schedule throughout the rest of the housing element process, and we calculated that there would be approximately 21 meetings, ad hoc meetings, through since the ad hoc was formed, through the whole housing process. And
did we do 21? How many did we do?
Well, I think we've done maybe 5 or 6 to date. I'm going to look to Josh McDonald on that.
So you're projecting then?
So this is a projection, a total cost for all of the costs related to and the time related to the ad hoc housing.
You serving that $40 a bottle of Firestone wine there or something?
But Madam Chair...
No, that's going to come under the new donation policy.
Madam Chair and board members, remember, this is staff, and it's not that that's it's that they're here and working on these things.
No,
so this is...
I understand
this
that.
is truth in reporting. It's not that they're sitting in a meeting for 2 hours. They're working on the stuff.
Well, if they're working on stuff, there's an additional assignment here, okay? So maybe they've taken an extra 10 hours to work on this as opposed to something else they were working on. Wouldn't there be a balance somewhere?
Well, not necessarily, because you have all the other projects that are in there. So,
but then we're always hearing about projects getting delayed.
Yeah, well,
because of this, I understand. But I'm just saying, in the end, the numbers. As an ex-budget analyst, I'm having trouble with this.
If you add process, you're going to add time, which translates into a cost. Now, John and everybody did go through the whole thing and see what could be gleaned out to do other things.
But if in fact we've had, just one more question, in fact we've had 5 meetings, I don't remember how many, you were projecting 21, I don't know how many more meetings we've got coming up, so maybe this is just a little bit too much of an, too high of an estimate.
I guess the other thing I would say to these cost estimates is I think we're being conservative, and if we don't require 20 meetings, I think we would all be quite pleased, and in fact we would save money. So, and time in the process. So I think we were just looking through the whole schedule on all of these tasks and trying to project conservatively what they may require through the end of the project. Okay, if we could go to the next slide. We then took all of that information as far as any modifications to the project, and we came up with some revised schedules and costs, and as was pointed out, we do have quite thorough Gantt charts in the quarterly report that may perhaps be too much information or more than you're looking for in these quarterly reports, but we're certainly open to providing more should that be the case. But we did have very detailed scheduling for all of the projects. In this case, we talked about the revised schedule and costs, what the original project completion date was, what the revised project completion date was, and then the total of any additional conservatively estimated costs. And one thing, an important point I wanted to make on the the cost is that we are not here asking for more money for these existing projects. When we talk about added costs, essentially the effect is there is a timing issue that pushes the project into the next fiscal year or the year 2 of our work plan. So it's a staff resource issue, an allocation issue that will be required in the following year 2 of the work plan. We're not here saying we need $165,000 more for the housing element, and that's the case on each of these projects. Correct. And we'll talk about our second recommendation in the staff report as it pertains to a new project or activities that are priorities. So then what we did, as you may have seen in the quarterly report for each of the projects, in the case of the housing element, we provided our first quarter accomplishments, that what was accomplished in the first 3 months of the fiscal year on each project. And then if we go to the next slide, as I mentioned, we established our second quarter goals. So I anticipate when we come back with our second quarter report, we'll be able to look at what we projected we would be completing in this project or any other project and what we actually did complete. So it establishes that baseline so that there can be accountability within each of these projects in the work effort. Okay, and then I talked about how all of these projects are then summarized at the end of the quarterly report. We developed kind of a schedule that a chart that summarizes the timelines for each project. Specifically, it shows the project schedules and provides a snapshot of where some of our resources will be directed in the next year. So for instance, in the housing element, which is the one up top, our original schedule was projected just into the beginning of fiscal 06-07, and with some of the changes that the state has mandated and some of the other added modifications to the project, we're now looking more into the latter part of fiscal year 06-07. So again, this would be factored into our overall projections for what are our commitments into the second year, and that will be very helpful as we move forward, as we start talking about what additional priorities or projects that you may want to consider in the next work plan calendar. So just a brief summary on our first quarter. We've accomplished, all of our accomplishments have been documented, and I think as you may have found in looking at this quarterly report that the division's working very hard, and we do have quite a few accomplishments in some very difficult projects. The results of the modifications and all the added tasks have also been documented and have been factored into the project timelines. And as I mentioned, we can look at the impact that those projects may have in the 06-07 and 07 and 08 fiscal years. And then once again, our second quarter goals have been established, and we'll be accountable for those on our next go-around. So just to, So in this first quarter, while we've been so busy working on these projects and making progress and moving forward, as you're aware, several additional work efforts have arisen, either through unrelated discussions or related discussions to the existing projects. The first that I'd like to mention, because it does relate to our recommendation today, is the initiation of the Goleta Community Plan Update process, which is the visioning process we've talked about. This is a critical component of completing the housing element. And so it directly relates to our recommendation B in our staff report, which is that the board allocate $160,000 to fund the housing element EIR. Should your board elect to do that, what it will do is it will free up the staff time that was to be spent on writing that EIR for both the Goleta Community Plan Update process, the visioning process, as well as the Orchid Community Plan amendment, which would be the Stubblefield Road extension project that there's been brought to your board in the past. There are some other projects that have arisen through discussion. One is the circulation element amendment to allow for the Central Avenue extension in the Lompoc region. And then some projects that are related to the agricultural operations within the county, grading ordinance revision, the oak tree protection program revisions, and the ag second units and preserve overlay districts, which those two are actually at the Ag Advisory Committee level and being discussed there. So I believe Mr. Brown perhaps has some comments on these additional.
Yeah, thanks, John, Madam Chair, board members. One of the things that's clear is that there's a very large pent-up concern in the agricultural community and the communities that are involved in supporting agriculture. So we have an opportunity to work on a number of issues almost simultaneously and perhaps achieve some economies. As you know, we were facing perhaps doing a large expensive EIR on the change in the oak tree ordinance. There were major issues historically with the ag grading ordinance. And what's become clearly apparent is that the agriculture community would really like a good look at the role of ag as a protected environmental value itself and the economic threats to that, and therefore the threats to all the things people want here, and in particular the future of crop agriculture and where it can go. And so what we are working on, and we're not quite ready to tie this up yet, but we'll be coming back to you, is a agricultural baseline study which looks at the environmental and economic and survival issues, as well as the value of this to preserving the beautiful vistas and including oak trees and everything else in this county. And then from that, we could actually do an EIR on the grading ordinance and perhaps not have to do so much on the other things. And we'll be back to you. We're working with a variety of components in the community to see if that's feasible. And so I will be back to you once we've got that nailed down a little bit, and there will be costs in 05, 06, and 06, 07.
Question over here.
Yeah, Mike, I know that we're working over the uniform rules, and where does that fit into this project?
It's part of the adopted workload for 05, 06 right now, and based on the comments that we've received from the community on that, it's going to require a pretty significant rewrite, and but staff will be working on that. That's in the budget. Another piece of that is that a fairly technical thing. My recollection is that the original rules as proposed by the community contained 2-acre building envelopes for family housing on the various farms and ranches, with the theory being, you know, as the parents age, perhaps one of the children would like to come and take over the operation. And that's being proposed now in the comments and by much of the community to be expanded to 3 acres, and that's going to definitely require renotification and circulation, so it's going to push it out a little bit.
Okay.
But,
would I be correct in assuming that the Agricultural Advisory Committee is looking at that, because I know that they had a very deep-seated interest in it?
That's right. We're working very closely on them, and we've had a number of meetings to go through all the issues, but I believe that's the change from what was originally circulated, and that will trigger a recirculation. Okay. So, but we do have staff assigned to it. And
thank you.
The other resource, the board did provide in the adopted budget the agricultural planner position in the ag department, and that's been filled. And the ag commissioner and I have conferred with that planner, and she's going to lead the baseline study and seems very qualified to do that. So
yeah, and I think it might be appropriate, Mike, to commend you and also Bill Gillette for the selection that you made. I think it's a great selection.
Yeah, she has county experience, and then she's got experience in the field out there. So. And we talked about that last week. But what I want you to know, depending on how these line up, I'll be back for some more money for that, and probably in January and February, so I didn't want you to be surprised on the budget, okay? So did I cover? I think that's everything that I had as far as coming factors. So.
Just a couple. I'm going to open it up to public testimony. Gail Marshall. Welcome back, Gail. Thank you. Nice to see you. To be followed by Andy Caldwell up north.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm Gail Marshall, a 30-year resident of the San Ynez Valley. I'm sorry that I appear to be the lone voice here this morning to talk about the San Ynez Community Plan, but as we all know, some people have real jobs, and I don't have a real job right now. Comprehensive planning for the San Ynez Valley needs to continue so that development is not piecemealed on an ad hoc basis with no analysis of cumulative impacts. There is no other approach that will ensure the character and quality of life of the valley that is maintained in the future. Our community began planning for its future in a serious way in 1998 when 40-plus people from all walks of life sat together at no cost to government for 2 years to develop a vision for our future. The result of that effort took 2 years was the Valley Blueprint. That work was intended to be the lead-up to the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. I wish there was a more creative and a way to approach this, but it seems like it's the same information that I need to impart every time I come here, so I go over the same old road. I was fortunate to begin to be able to begin the plan process during my tenure on this board. Staff spent hundreds of hours to begin to draft the plan with input from our community, again, over a number of years. When I left the board in December of '04, the plan was initiated and ready to go forward with the NOP, followed up by a scoping hearing to begin the EIR process. Unfortunately, we're no further along today than we were a year ago. A comprehensive plan attempts to balance multiple issues of concern while protecting the quality of life, economic vitality, agriculture, biological resources, and community character. Anything less than a complete plan that balances all the needs of all the constituencies in the San Ynez Valley will not ensure adequate circulation and public services in the future. I note in the staff report that I pulled off from this last May that staff predicts the plan will be completed in May of '06. Unless the focus of the plan is drastically changed and community input drastically curtailed, I don't see any way that that date can be met. It's just very, very much a concern to me. Please do not marginalize the need of our community for a comprehensive plan that acknowledges the entire community with full input by the entire community. I would love to see the breakdown of the work plan for the community plan, such as you presented. You have it. I would love to have a copy of that, please. The other thing I want to say is that in the out years, let's assume that whatever year the community plan is completed, there will be out years. Let's assume it is completed in 06, 07 budget years. Then there needs to be some vision for the implementation of the plan. For instance, and this is just a for instance and not anything that I have spent a lot of time thinking about, but somebody needs to. There needs to be financing for the future for things like design guidelines. In other words, Orchid Community Plan had an Old Town component that we've been working on for a number of years that needs to be implemented, and funding has needed to be accommodated over a number of years. I assume the same thing will occur for the San Ynez Plan. So somebody needs to be visioning what that will be. Will it be design guidelines, such as Summerlin has, or the Orchid Old Town? Will it be a trails program, which we have heard a lot from trails people over the years about the trails element? Would it be a program to deter the overlapping of our 5 individual communities? I'm not really sure what that vision should be at this point, but like I say, somebody needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Andy Caldwell, and
Madam Chairman,
comment, Mr. Firestone?
Well, yes, please. I'm sure Ms. Marshall would be happy to take a look at our timeline here, and by having a timeline, know that we are now able to measure specific progress, which I think we're making. The comment was made that we're no further along on the plan. I dispute that. I think we've made a great deal of progress on the plan in actually making it a reality.
Okay. Mr. Caldwell. We can't hear you, Andy. Hold on. There's something wrong with the system. See if government access is watching. We can't hear from Northern. Kind of nice for. Hang on, Andy. Andy, why don't you, can you hear me? Not if you can hear me. Okay, why don't you step back for a minute? We have one person down here. We'll see if she do her testimony, and then we'll go back to you. Mary O'Gorman.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Mary O'Gorman. I'm representing SB-CAN, Santa Barbara County Action Network, and can happily report we represent at least 600 members countywide, and we're growing. And today I'd just like to express support for the Comp Planning Division's request for allocating some VLF monies for the consultant to prepare the housing element EIR. And in light of the additional new work resulting from the direction of your board and community members over the past several months, and the critical need for this housing element EIR, we believe this is an appropriate and wise expenditure. And by devoting funds for a dedicated consultant for this purpose, it will, as staff mentioned, allow staff to devote attention not only to the multitude of new tasks which have fallen upon them this year, but also those critical projects countywide that were incorporated into the 0506 work plan, and that will be impacted by and also impact the housing element EIR. So we just wanted to support that. And I also wanted to just commend the staff for, I spent some time last night reading the entire report, and so I'm glad you're doing it quarterly. It really helps to put a lot of things in perspective. So thanks.
Thank you. Let's go back up north. Mr. Caldwell?
Is it working now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. First of all, it's hard for us to understand when Santa Barbara, especially the unincorporated community, has all of these very, very detailed community plan EIRs that have been done over the years. Why you would have to have a separate EIR for the housing element when you're only talking about 66 acres of land being rezoned. It just, it seems like we just keep redoing things to ad nauseum and overkill. We realize we need affordable housing. We support the affordable housing, but we're just wondering why everything needs an EIR and hundreds of thousands of dollars to be accomplished. Having said that, I was much heartened by what Mr. Brown had to say. The agricultural community usually is forgotten on planning issues as far as the stuff they actually want to see done. And the uniform rules, of course, is that EIR was problematic. The grading ordinance has left the ag community in a state of limbo and uncertainty for a long time. And of course, the oak tree ordinance, as you know, was very contentious, and we believe and are supportive of the fact that your board on occasions said that you would modify that oak tree ordinance and do the grading ordinance. And so we're hoping that that eventually does get funded, and we're heartened by what Mr. Brown had to say. The final point here is on the San Ynez plan, we have full confidence in Supervisor Firestone that the VPAC that he has appointed will represent the whole community. We believe that the former Supervisor Marshall's effort was woefully short in terms of having agricultural representation on that, and that plan didn't include or encompass the whole community in a fair and forthright manner. And so we just want to emphasize that we do support Mr. Supervisor Firestone's efforts there. And I guess the other question I have is, there was on one of the charts, there was under I think additional tasks, there was mention of bringing the uniform rules to the Planning Commission. And we're wondering, were they not going to the Planning Commission before, or has that been added? We're not exactly sure why they need to go to the Planning Commission per se, because we just don't think it's that complex of an issue that needs to be planned out, since it's an overview. It's not specific to any building. To us, it seemed maybe you could save some money by just bringing that directly back to the board when it comes. Thank you.
All right, that closes our public hearing and brings us back to the recommendations on our screen. Mr. Firestone?
Madam Chair, some observations, if I may. Firstly, this is a beautiful report, but I don't mean to be entirely complimentary, because as a bottom line person for all my life, I worry about reports like this. The copy is spectacular, a Technicolor picture, and it states what it is. That concerns me. It looks more like an advertising piece than a... and the second page repeats exactly what's on the cover. Well, fair enough. That probably doesn't need to be there. And the next page talks about who is the Board of Supervisors and who is the Planning Commission, which is interesting, but that's the kind of information we already have. And then through it, and I noticed that when you talk about the Ag Preserve uniform, there's a beautiful Technicolor picture of cows in a field. Well, that's nice to have, but that rings my alarm bells as a management person, because that means there's more going into form than substance. So in developing a mean, lean, productive department, I hope you'll think about these things, because the volume of paperwork that comes out of this this department is something that really concerns me, and sometimes it obfuscates the issues. Now, secondly, we talk about... Huh?
Go ahead, Joni.
Supervisor Firestone, I want to respond to that. I can see the pictures and stuff, but in all the years I've been on the board, this is probably the best, most understandably written thing I've seen. It's succinct, it's clear, it's like, and you've got bullet points, so that where I'm normally used to seeing 5 years ago, when the comprehensive planning department was, on and on and on, all that's been cut out, so that within 4 minutes, we can read it. So I understand your concern about the pictures maybe, but folks, if you can write this way for me, I'm just elated. So there's a
Well, there's
conflict.
two
Two ideas.
Maybe there's a combination here
You
of
see,
being a
it's-
little more succinct, but at the same time providing information and reports for the community, and I know that's needed, so.
What I'm getting at it is form and substance. And when I came into this job, for instance, on the Isla Vista Master Plan, and I'll have two specifics that have concerned me. First was a very elaborate parking plan that was in the master plan design, and secondly was the El Colegio Road. And a great deal of time and effort and illustrations and beautiful examples and everything went into that. And I found in the parking plan, when it came time to actually implementing the parking plan, well, bingo, it came out very different and very specific, as opposed to this beautiful thing that was written up. And then when the Coastal Commission got through with it, it was nothing, and we still haven't got it. So that worried me between form and substance. And El Colegio, a great deal of time and effort and discussion went into whether it should be a boulevard or roundabouts, and what kind of trees should be planted there, and on, and it was beautifully depicted in the master plan and architecturally drawn, and it turns out that there was very little substance to it because we don't have the money. Nobody does have, we're not going to have anything like that. So I'm just continually striving to get specifics, to get real visioning that is practical out of the department. And hence, when I talked about color pictures, I was just leading into the substance issue. And beyond that, you made real progress. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're back to the recommendations. And I don't know if anybody has any more comments or wants to make a motion. Go ahead.
Happy to make a motion that we accept the recommendations and also comment again on how well-written I thought the report was. Thank you very much.
Are you specifically approving the 160,000?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
And that would be an allocation from the VLF loan revenue?
I'll second the motion.
And that's a
Madam
4 vote.
Yeah. Yes, I think that this is a very important item that we're acting on right now. It's a resource item for moving forward. So many of us have projects we want done, and the fact is that as we left at the end of last year's budget cycle, there was a set of projects, there was a set of resources, and staff wants to do these projects, but they need the resources to do it. So this is the way to get there. So there was a motion and a second.
A second.
Jane, you wanna ask
Yeah,
anything?
Madam Chair, I want to make a comment with respect to some of the issues that the Supervisor Firestone raised. And I'm looking at this pile of stuff in front of Mike, our CEO. And it just seems to me that, because that pile there is similar to the pile I have here, is similar to the piles that all of us have with respect to that one issue. And it doesn't end there, because we have piles that in my office that go to the public trough, and every, it's...
I'm assuming this is item 6 that everybody's talking about.
Right, and I think the point that I'm trying to make is maybe this can go back to staff, and maybe we can have some kind of an inquiry about whether or not all this stuff is needed like this. And this is a big expense to the county, and I don't know how much we're getting back for these reams of paper that are out there. So you might I just throw it out there so you folks can think about it.
Can I just add to what Joe's saying? We had a discussion like this at some point in the past, and I thought that the clerk of the board, we kind of agreed that we wouldn't have this voluminous material, that staff would say to us, it's available at the clerk of the board. If you want it, we'll get it for you. That we don't need to make 6 copy, 5, whatever, 10, but it is stacking up everywhere, and it is really a waste of paper. Those of us who are familiar with it can get it online also, and we can certainly ask for it, and it's always available to the public. Shane?
Yes, may I give a cautionary note?
Okay.
On the vices as well as the virtues of not killing as many trees as possible. In cases where the board's acting in a quasi-adjudicatory capacity, it's necessary to make sure that the evidence is in the record so that it's established, that it's available for the board members to look at. You don't have to have multiple hard copies, but you do have to be careful that all the factual basis for the ultimate board decision is placed in the administrative record so that your board's decision is ultimately defensible in the event that it's challenged.
Brooks?
Question is specific. In this case, would it be possible for this 8-9 inches of paper to be available to us in a central place rather than
That was the point I was making.
Yes,
Yeah,
so long as
exactly.
it's clear that it's known that the evidence is in the record and it is available for inspection, I think probably not only by the board members, but by the general public, it would satisfy the due process and adequate records concern.
Supervisor Gray just made a suggestion also about putting this information on discs, too. Would that reduce the paper?
As long as it's available, the
Yeah.
medium in when it's available, as long as a member of the public that wanted to inspect it and look at it, and the parties could do so, there's nothing wrong with keeping the medium on a disc. You can double check it, but I'm reasonably
Madam
certain
Chair,
on
I
that.
didn't bring it up so we get it resolved here. I just meant to send it back to you folks so that you folks can figure out how we can do this and meet the concerns that you have, Shane.
Yeah, let's go back to the recommendations. We had a motion. Was there a second? Second. Any more comments? Wendy, call the roll.
Mr. Firestone. Ms. Gray. Mr. Centeno.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal.
Aye.
And Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock to deal with all that paperwork. Yep.
Yeah, let's...
Oh, so there's two, we'll figure out how this works. There's two sets. Welcome, everybody, to the afternoon session of the November 15th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please read the last item of the day?
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 6 comes from Planning and Development, a hearing to consider the San Marcos Hills Coalition and Small Wilderness Area Preserve appeals of the Planning Commission's approval of the Preserve at San Marcos project located in the San Marcos foothills on the east side of Highway 154, north of Foothill Road.
All right. Again, thank you all for being here. This is the entire item for this afternoon. We have a procedure in place which we initiated a few months ago, and if everything goes according to the time of our plan, we should be, our schedule is about 3 hours. So we will begin with staff presentation, then an applicant presentation, then we have 2 appellants, and they will each present, and then we will open it up for public comment. So I would encourage you, if you are intending to speak, to please submit your slip now. I'm not sure that we can go over an hour and a half of public testimony. And for those of you who are new to our proceedings, we allow you 3 minutes to speak, and there'll be a time clock on the podium. The staff, applicant, and appellants will each have 20 minutes to present. After public comment, the 2 appellants will be able to respond briefly, and then the board will do its deliberation. So, let's begin with our staff presentation. June, are you going to kick this off?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to start with introductions of our staff team that's present today for the hearing. We've distributed a list of the staff names and the consultant names of those present today for your reference throughout the hearing, and I will go through those and just point to those present so you'll understand who is on the county team for this afternoon's hearing. First of all, to my left, of course, is Steve Chase, Deputy Director of our Development Review South Division. And I am June Pujol, Supervising Planner. I've been a part of this project since it was initially submitted to the county. Peter Imhoff, to my right, is the current project manager from Development Review South. And he will be presenting the main portion of the overview today of the project. Mary Ann Slutsky, seated at Council's chair, has also been working on the project with us since it was submitted. And then we have a number of other staff and consultants who have assisted with various topics that have come up as issues throughout the hearings at the Planning Commission, and I would like to introduce those to you. The first is Lisa Ballin, who is the project manager from Envicom Corporation in charge of the production of the environmental impact report. So she is here today to answer questions if you would like some information on that document overall. And then to, let's see, I don't know where Marion went. Okay, I'll get to it. Okay, Marion Fong, who's the president of Mariposa Real Estate Advisors, is a consultant that we hired as part of the project to do a financial feasibility analysis, and you will hear from her briefly as part of today's presentation. And then I wanted to point out that Melissa Mooney, our staff biologist, is here, as well as Tony Baumkamp from Glenn Lucas and Associates. They could both answer biology questions should you need them. David Brumman from Environmental Health Services is available through video conferencing in the North County office if questions regarding wastewater arise. And then also we have representatives that can answer traffic-related questions. And great, I believe Scott Schell is sitting behind me, and I believe Court Eilertson should be here at some point during the presentation.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Lutsky, at what point would you like us to do ex parte disclosures?
Thank you.
I was going to get to that.
Okay, I'll just let the chair go forward.
I'll do it. Keep going, June.
Okay. And I'd also like to point out that you have a number of documents in front of you. I know you all received a large submittal package from the Planning Commission from those proceedings, as well as the appeal letters, letters from the public, and our staff report on the appeal issues. Those would be good guidance for today, as well as the PowerPoint production slides that I believe you have paper copies of that have been distributed to you. And I think it's an 11 by 17 color maps that are reductions of the Preserve at San Marcos project. You should each have a copy of those at your table for reference during the hearings, and those will show the lot configurations of the project. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Peter Imhoff for his overview that will cover the key project elements, the issues, and the appeal contentions.
Thank you, Ms. Peugeot. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Peter Imhoff. Today's presentation, I'll try to keep as brief as possible. I'll give you a project overview, beginning with a project description, a description of the FEIR environmental impacts, discuss the core appeal contentions raised in the appeal, talk about public comment letters and issues raised in the public comment letters, and then go over the proposed condition revisions that go beyond what the Planning Commission did at staff's recommendation, and conclude with the staff recommendation. The experts that Ms. Peugeot alluded to will be available for more detailed questions on some of these topics. I'm going to hit the high points, go through the core issues, and do so as quickly as I can. This next slide shows the overall project area, which is a 377-acre area. The project site is a 177-acre area within that large block. You can see it's in the northeast quadrant formed by Highway 154 and Highway 192, and is a large property in the Santa Barbara foothills. The whole project site is within the urban area. It is the last series of parcels before the urban-rural boundary. The land use designation is planned development with an approved density of 75 units. The history of the land use designation goes back to 1980 and to the approval of the land use element, which set that density. The zoning, which implements the land use designation, is planned residential development for the whole site, also with a density of 75 units. This project is a 20-unit project and is consistent with the basic requirements of the land use designation and zoning. This next slide shows the tract map and the configuration of the development on the site. There are several different clusters of development on the site. In this area known as the Terrace or the West Mesa, there are 2 clusters of development, lots 1 through 5 and lots 12 through 14. On this portion of the site known as the Meadows, there is also a second cluster of development. This entire portion of the project area is the designated remainder. That is not part of this project. That is a remainder parcel after the subdivision that is not before the board today or its consideration. For each of the lots that would result from the subdivision and would be developed with residential development, there are 2 areas. The dark area is the landscape development envelope. That area is where the house and accessory structures would be sited. Then there is a private conservation area that is within that lot connected to the house wherein no development can occur and subject to restrictions that are stated in the project conditions. This next slide gives a breakdown of the residential uses that are proposed on the site. There are 20 units total. On lots 1 through 15, there are 15 single-family market rate residences as part of the project. Then on lot 16, there are 5 affordable condominiums on a multifamily lot. That makes the percentage of affordable units 25%. This next slide gives a further breakdown of the single-family residences. The average floor areas, or rather the floor area ranges, the heights of the structures, the average parcel sizes, and the average sizes of the landscape development envelopes for the different areas on the site. The board will note that with the exception of lots 1 through 5, all structures are 1-story structures as part of this project. On lots 1 through 5, 2-story structures are proposed with a 25-foot maximum, with the exception of lot 2 where there's a 22-foot maximum height. The landscape development envelopes are relatively small, between 2 and slightly greater than 3 acres in size. Then the affordable condominiums consist of 4 3-bedroom units, 1 4-bedroom unit, and those would be 2-story structures. These next series of slides gives you just a sample and feel of the elevations of the houses that are proposed, beginning with lot 5 as an example. That's part of the terrace lots. The architecture that's proposed there is a rural Italian architecture. Then lot 8, which is in the Meadows area, that is proposed in a rural ranch farmhouse style. And finally, the affordable condominiums are proposed in a craftsman farmhouse style. The open space uses on the project site consist of the dedication of a public park to the county of a little bit over 10 acres, another private open space lot of 20 acres, a hang glider landing area of slightly over 6 acres, and then the private conservation areas themselves, which are just over 100 acres. The designated remainder, which again is not part of the project or part of the, as a remainder lot in the tract map, is 200 acres even. On lots 1 and 2, in the private conservation areas, there is a trail easement which runs through the site that is just less than a mile long. The final environmental impact report, which evaluated this project and its environmental impacts, determined that there are a number of Class 1 impacts as a result of this project, which include the loss of on-site vegetation, loss of native grasslands, loss and displacement of wildlife species and habitat, a decline of sensitive wildlife, and habitat fragmentation. The EIR also identified a range of Class 2 impacts, impacts which would be significant but can be mitigated back down below the threshold of significance in a range of different areas. Finally, there was a beneficial impact, a Class 4 impact to recreation as a result of the park areas and the trail easements. I'll run through the core appeal issues. All of the appeal issues are addressed in detail in the staff report. These are issues which were discussed in detail through lengthy proceedings at the Planning Commission and which received a considerable opportunity for public comment along the way, and many changes were made to the project in response to issues that were brought up. Some of the core appeal issues, some of the central issues that appellants raise with respect to this project are the extent of clustering of development on this site. Second, the project scale and the visual impacts of this project. The issue of the designated remainder and whether that should have been part of the project and should have been evaluated by way of impacts. Then next, the avoidance of impacts by the project to the maximum extent feasible, and the mitigation, the adequacy of the mitigation that was employed. Appellants raise related issues relating to the accuracy of the baseline information and how resources on the site were mapped, issues respecting wastewater disposal on the terrace lots, issues related to traffic, and finally raise very fundamental concerns about the adequacy and the feasibility of the project alternatives, which Marion Fong will speak to the board about in just a few minutes. On the clustering issue, staff, after reviewing this thoroughly, felt that the project reduces the amount of development to a small fraction of the overall site area. The resulting open space area on the project, counting up the county park, the PCAs, and the other open space, amounts to approximately 77% of the project area. If you take the designated remainder into account, just as by way of background, remembering that the designated remainder is not part of the project, then that total rises to about 90% of the project area remaining in open space. So approximately 25% of the project area would be developed under the project that the Planning Commission approved. This again shows the tract map and the clustering of development. You can see the cluster of development on the terrace lots 1 through 5, terrace lots 12 through 14, and then the meadows area. The appellant's contentions relate chiefly to the development that's proposed on the terrace area that's also known as the West Mesa.
Yeah, wait, hang on. Brooks, do you have a question?
Question, please. How do you define designated remainder?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Firestone, designated remainder is defined in the Subdivision Map Act, and I'll show a slide in a moment that will give a little bit more information on that. It's a term that comes out of the Subdivision Map Act and that Council can probably also address in greater detail. This next slide is just a sample of one slide that was presented in the final environmental impact report as a result of a visual simulation that was prepared by Envicom, the county's environmental consultant. This shows the view of the project from Highway 154 as you're headed north at the foothill off-ramp. This was something which was evaluated again extensively in the final EIR. Certain conditions were imposed to address the visual impacts. Those conditions included a reduction in the height of the structure on lot 22 to 22 feet to make it less visible, review by the BAR, requirements that include natural building materials and colors compatible with the terrain to help the development blend in, and then landscaping that would be adequate to screen the project. Further conditions relating to aesthetics and visual impacts include an exterior night lighting plan that would require the applicants to present a plan that used only low intensity and low glare night lighting. This next slide shows a slightly more distant view from Villa Laguna out toward the site. Again, at a distance, visual impacts are attenuated, and with the project conditions, the development would blend into the surrounding landscape. This next slide responds to Supervisor Firestone's question regarding the designated remainder. The appellants raised concerns that the designated remainder should have been included as part of the project, and environmental impacts as a result of the designated remainder should have been evaluated. By the terms of the Subdivision Map Act, a designated remainder is not a parcel for the purposes of the map itself, and no development is proposed on the designated remainder as part of this project. The Government Code Subdivision Map Act provision also stipulates that condition requirements can't be imposed on a project until there's a development permit. So at this point, the county could not condition the designated remainder under the law, even if it were inclined to. And as far as CEQA purposes, permit purposes, and subdivision map purposes are concerned, the designated remainder is just not a part of the project. The Appellants note that the designated remainder would be transferred to the Trust for Public Land, a nonprofit agency, at the time of map recordation. However, the future uses of the designated remainder at this point are not determined and are not reasonably foreseeable. We presume that it would remain an open space, but exactly what uses would be made of it by TPL would be the subject of future proceedings. The appellants also raised concerns about the mapping of the resources on the site, the accuracy of the baseline information with respect to core resources that are on the site. Some of the concerns relate to native perennial grasslands on the site and wetlands on the site. Both of these were mapped as a part of the EIR process. Native grasslands were mapped by EIR consultant and VICOM, and by the applicant's consultant, Watershed Environmental. There's a total area of native perennial grasslands on the site based on the EIR of just over 56 acres. Similarly, wetlands were delineated following the Army Corps 1987 Wetland Manual by VICOM and by the county subconsultant Glenn Lucas Associates. The appellants raise a range of issues related to the mapping, just to name a couple, and county biologist Melissa Mooney can get into this in greater detail. The appellants note that the county relied or looked in particular at one species, purple needlegrass, Nacella pulchra, in the mapping of native grasslands. In fact, as the county biologist Melissa Mooney can talk about further, purple needlegrass was used as an indicator species in conformity with the county thresholds in much the same way as oak trees would be used to delineate the boundaries of an oak woodland. The use of other species would not have affected the boundaries of the native grasslands on site. With respect to wetlands, the appellants note that, in their view, incorrect wetland plant lists were relied upon by the county. County biologist Melissa Mooney has indicated that, in fact, both the draft Army Corps and the current Army Corps wetland plant lists were used in delineating the boundaries, and that in any case there are not great differences between those lists, that the boundaries of the wetlands on site would not change. Tony Baumkamp from Glenn Lucas is also available to address this. Furthermore, the wetland delineation was prepared at the correct time of year in January during the rainy season, which is an accepted time to do wetland delineations. This next slide gives an overall impression of the native grasslands, the extent of native grasslands on the terrace site with respect to the development as it's proposed, and also shows you the native grassland impacts. The areas in orange are native grasslands. This lighter yellow color is a non-native grassland. The red bubbles around the proposed development show the area of impacts which were calculated. The impacts result from two things: from the boundary of the landscape development envelopes on the site and from the fuel management zones, which the red shows. So the impacts are really a combination of the outer boundaries of landscape development envelopes and the fuel management zones. This is a very conservative approach to delineating impacts because not all portions of the landscape development envelopes would be developed, and fuel management brush clearing is not necessarily detrimental to native grasses, which can grow back. Excuse me. This next slide shows the same information for the meadows area of the site. This next slide then shows similar information for wetlands on the site. There are two areas of wetland of particular note: Polygon 22 in proximity to Lot 14. The development on the site maintains a distance of greater than 100 feet, including a greater than 100-foot setback from the septic fields. The structures on Lot 14 have been shifted slightly from the position shown in this final EIR to accommodate the septic and maintain that standoff. Then in this area is a low-quality slope wetland known as Polygon 10 that was delineated by Glenn Lucas. That would be impacted by development on lots 10 and 11 and would be mitigated in two areas. a replacement wetland in this location and a replacement wetland in this location. The staff report goes into greater detail, and I'll talk about in a moment the mitigation ratios that apply. This slide gives you some of that mitigation ratio information. In general, the project was designed and sited to avoid the sensitive resources to the maximum extent feasible, to avoid native grasslands and to avoid wetlands, also to avoid coastal sage scrub. 85% of the native grasslands on the site are preserved. The area impacted, according to the final EIR, would be just over 8 acres of the 56 acres that were mapped. With respect to wetlands, again, wetlands would be replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio at the end of the day after condition 20 is implemented. Coastal sage scrub would similarly be replaced at a minimum ratio of 2-to-1. The project addresses a range of different issues that were identified in the final EIR and proposes a host of different plans that will be submitted, or in some cases have already been submitted, to address those plans in conformity with the project conditions as they were approved by the Planning Commission. Just to give you a taste, again, a sense of the comprehensive nature of the environmental review and the conditions, the project would require a lighting plan, as I already noted, a construction management plan, an open space plan, a pest management plan, retention plans for pepper trees, protections for the native grasslands, for the coastal sage scrub, then a wetland mitigation plan, sensitive plant surveys, boulder removal plan, weed management plan, and so on. The list continues through fire protection and through water quality. The appellants raise one issue with respect to the plans, asking that those plans be provided to the public in advance of the approval. That is not something which follows a standard county process. The project conditions set forth clear parameters and success standards for each of the mitigation plans, and public review of the mitigation plans is not feasible until after those parameters have been defined by the decision maker. So it's difficult to require an applicant to prepare plans before there's certainty as to those exact requirements, and again, the project conditions set forth clear parameters. With respect to the private conservation areas, which is a core concern of the appellants, there are, again, a range of protections that would be put in place by the open space management plan, and that would require direct county involvement for the first 5 years, an additional 2 years if necessary. All of the standards of the open space management plan would be incorporated into the CCNRs, the covenants, conditions, and restrictions that apply to this project, and the homeowners associations would be responsible for long-term implementation in the first instance, but of course the county would retain its ability to enforce any infringements or any violations as it does in any other zoning matter.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Imhoff, were you referring right now to not the DR, but the private conservation easements, right?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Carbajal, that's correct. I was referring to the requirements of Condition 15 with respect to the private conservation areas, those open space areas within each residential lot outside of the landscape development envelopes. So I'm not referring now to the other open spaces on the site, the county park, the hang glider area, or lot 22, that open space area. This is a condition that applies specifically to those private conservation areas.
Question over here, Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the private open space, what's the criteria? That is it? I apologize. There was so much stuff I maybe missed that. But is it? How do they know what? Just give me a brief synopsis of what the criteria is.
Sure. The basic way in which the project was defined was, again, to break out these development areas from other areas within parcels that would be kept in open space. There are a host of different resources within those private conservation areas, and so the project conditions set forth a range of different protections that protect everything from native grasslands to the boulders and the lichens on those boulders that cover this landscape, to cultural resources in various portions of the private conservation areas, and wetlands in certain instances as well. each of the project conditions that addresses one of those resources sets forth certain requirements. Bottom line is, nothing can happen within those private conservation areas, and there are certain management protocol that have to happen. So under condition 15, for example, the applicant will have to prepare a report to the county, which will be reviewed by a county-approved biologist during those first 5 years to make sure that restoration programs are in place and up and running and meet certain success criteria. And only after those conditions are implemented does this then go into a long-term management phase.
And who then is responsible for that management phase? The homeowners?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, that's correct. In the first instance, the homeowners associations, as these conditions are drafted now and as approved by the Planning Commission, would be responsible for making sure that their members abide by the CC&Rs that apply to them on their lots and don't do anything in contravention of those implementation plans. And again, as with any other project condition on a project, the county would retain the ability to initiate an enforcement action in the event of a violation.
Okay, thank you.
Continuing on, another issue that appellants have raised relates to wastewater disposal. David Brumman from EHS is here in the North County remotely to talk about this in greater detail, but in essence, the proposals for wastewater disposal on the terrace lots, which would be on-site septic disposal and treatment of wastewater, meet all of the Regional Water Quality Control Board standards and county policies that apply. That's something that was reviewed extensively by both county EHS and the county geologist before the Planning Commission took action. On lots 1 through 5, dry wells are proposed. On lots 12 through 14, leach fields are proposed within the terrace area. Within the meadows area, those sites would be served by the Goleta Sanitary District after annexation by the district. And we can get into technical details, but both the dry wells and the leach fields meet the basic standards, the objective standards that apply to on-site septic treatment.
Mr. Imhoff. It's going beyond what we were trying to manage today, so I know you've got a couple more, but I'd ask you to see if you could move it forward.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I'll finish up really quickly here. Again, with traffic, all of the traffic issues that are raised by the appellants are addressed in detail and have been resolved. Moving into alternatives and feasibility, the final EIR considered a range of different alternatives. I won't go through them at length, but a range of alternatives were considered. There are certain limits to the county's ability to consider and approve project alternatives. Chiefly, there's a basic CEQA limitation on feasibility, and there's a separate government code a limitation on feasibility of alternatives that relates to projects with a certain affordable component. In both cases, the county can't consider projects, alternatives that aren't feasible as they're defined. And at this point, I'll turn over the mic to Marion Fong, the county's consultant, who evaluated feasibility of project alternatives in detail.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're going to touch on this or not, but I would like council to give us a little bit more information on Government Code Section 65589.5. I think I understand it. I've wrestled to understand this Government Code section, but I really think it's important to understand it because it seems to have implications in our decision making, and I think it's important not only for us as decision makers, but for the public to really understand what we've been advised. So if you could shed a little bit of light on that, I would really appreciate it.
Would you like me to do that now, or would you like to hear Marion Fong's presentation? There certainly will be, and I'll make sure.
Ms. Fong, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm here today at the request of the County Planning Department to briefly summarize key findings from an analysis that we were asked to complete with respect to the preserve at San Marcos. Specifically, we were asked to review the projected financial returns for the proposed project under alternative development scenarios and to compare them to standard investment returns within the real estate industry. For purposes of our analysis, we used internal rate of return, or IRR, as a standard measure. IRR is a widely accepted and utilized investment measure in the real estate community, particularly for projects that have a long period or long span of time frame for the development, such as the preserve. Before we look at the returns for the proposed project, let me just first quickly comment on the spectrum of real estate investment returns. I apologize for the color of the slides, but basically what you have is sort of a chart that depicts the risk and return spectrum for real estate investments. Real estate investments can fall into a fairly broad spectrum of risks and return. An investor that takes on a greater amount of risk as you move down the x-axis to the right, and one would typically expect the return to be greater, to be compensated for the amount of risk that is undertaken. At the low end of the spectrum, on the bottom left-hand corner, you would find investments in existing operating properties, like a warehouse, a shopping center, or an office building, where the building has been constructed. There's no entitlement risk, there's no development risk. There may be some lease-up risk because of turnover and so forth, but for the most part, there's minimal risk. At the other end of the spectrum, on the top right-hand corner, investors will find projects where there are significant entitlement risks, there's significant development and construction risks, there's marketing risks and lease-up risks. The preserve at San Marcos falls into that category of high-risk investments. Based on my 20 years of experience in the real estate industry, I would say that...
Excuse us for a minute. I apologize for interrupting. There's a question
I
here.
apologize for interrupting also, but at one time I was on the Planning Commission, and one of the things that we were told that we didn't consider was the economic value and the risks, and so I don't know why this enters in as part of our deliberations today. I mean, maybe there's a new law and I missed it.
That is part of what I was going to explain to you, because they fall within the affordable component of a statute, Government Code 65589.5, that Peter mentioned earlier. And I have two memos in that huge packet, and I do not blame you. I could hardly find them myself. But they explain that the economic component is very critical to that, because the board... I might as well just say a few words about it.
I think that's a good idea.
Go ahead, Marianne.
If a project qualifies under that statute as affordable, and this one does because it provides 25% units in the lower income category, the board cannot deny or condition it in a manner that makes it economically infeasible unless it makes one of 6 findings. Most of those findings do not apply here. It's not zoned ag. We don't have a housing element that was adopted pursuant to the requirements. We didn't do it in a timely manner, as you are aware. The 2 most important findings that could be used to deny or condition a project that would render it infeasible are a specific adverse health and safety impact. And the statute goes on to be very clear that it has to be a health and safety impact based on objective, clear standards that are found in our regulations. The second really important finding that would be made, or could be made, is that the project is inconsistent with both the zoning ordinance and the general plan land use designation. Now that is a term of art, general plan land use designation. This general plan designation is plan development. And so to the extent you can look at the general plan use designation, I think you could look at the purpose of that designation. And there are policies that have been provided and the analysis provided for plan development designations as well. So it's critical for the developer and for the opponents as well to know how far this project can be conditioned without rendering it economically infeasible.
Ms. Fong.
Sure. To continue, basically, the point of this slide is that if you're going to be making investments in the higher end of the risk spectrum, typical investors are going to require, at a minimum, 20 to 25% return, and in most cases, at least a 30 to 35% annual IRR type of return, sort of as your benchmark. If you go to the next slide, in taking a look at the four, we looked at more alternatives, but the four that are on the that we're summarizing here: the base case, the reduced density alternative 3, the alternative 4 that's been approved, and the swap alternative. When you take a look at the IRR results for each one of those alternatives, it falls significantly below what I would consider to be the minimum return threshold for investments of this nature that have the entitlement risks, that have the development risks, and that have the marketing risks. With respect to assumptions that affect the return, there certainly are various categories of assumptions, both with respect to how much the developer is going to realize as far as revenues, as well as what he's going to incur as far as development costs. In looking at the four different alternatives, the most sensitive of the cash flow assumptions in this particular case is, one, the number of units, the number of lots that he's allowed to build, because the reduced density alternative certainly is affected by that, as well as the swap alternative. And then secondarily, the pricing of those lots, of what he can sell them for, sell the individual lots for, which is based on the development envelope, the size of those lots, as well as the location of those lots in terms of the pricing, the view premiums, and those that are affected. Those two assumptions are most sensitive with respect to the project. And then I think one other comment that I would make is that the returns that you saw earlier are after-tax assumptions. And when you talk about the designated remainder, there's an assumption here that the developer is going to be donating some land and receiving a tax benefit. So that benefit is considered in taking a look at that return. Without those benefits, the returns would be less than the numbers that you saw earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Fong. Just to wrap up really quickly, there were a couple of other appeal issues that we wanted to touch on and issues raised in the public comment letters. The first being cultural resources on the site. As with other resources, cultural resources were mapped extensively as part of the environmental review process. A phase 1 and extended phase 1 study were done with peer review. All archaeological areas of significance lie outside areas that are proposed for development, and there are a range of different conditions that are imposed in order to protect cultural resources on the site. Condition 45 requires monitoring by a qualified archaeologist on all grading at the site based on level of sensitivity delineated in the phase 1 reports. Condition 46 would require all work to be stopped or redirected in the event that archaeological resources were encountered during grading, and if necessary, a phase 2 mitigation program and plan revision would be required if those resources were determined to be significant. Condition 47 limits and protects ARC resources within the private conservation areas, placing protective easements over known ARC sites. There were also contentions raised by the appellants regarding the Planning Commission process. The length of the board docket, for which I apologize, I think speaks volumes, literally, in exactly how extensive the review was by the Planning Commission. It was really a thoroughgoing review with extensive discussion of all of these issues. Staff is proposing a couple of minor cleanup provisions to a handful of conditions, beginning with the definition of the designated remainder in the project description to make it conform to the final EIR. We're proposing a project phasing condition that would allow the construction of the project in 2 phases. This is something which we understand that both the appellants and the applicants favor. And finally, we've made some minor proposed changes to clarify exactly what the intention was with respect to the conceptual park plan on Lot 10, and this would be in conformity with the Planning Commission's intentions. We won't go through those conditions now line by line, but we have them available, and we've presented them to the board both in the board letter and in a supplemental handout should the board wish to address those in greater detail. So then, just to conclude, staff's recommendation is to follow the Planning Commission's action by approving this project, denying this appeal, certifying the final EIR as adequate, adopting findings of approval, and approving this project subject to the conditions of approval as revised and presented in the staff report. And that will conclude staff's presentation.
Peter, I have a feeling that condition revisions might come back up the third to the last, so we'll want to see those later. Are there any questions of staff right now? All right, let's go forward with the applicant is up next. Mr. Bermant, do you have a way of which you're going to present this, and how many people are going to speak for you or with you?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, my name is Laurel Fisher-Perez, representing the owner for the property. At your pleasure, we're happy to go first. I think it was our understanding, as well as the appellants, that the order was that they would speak prior to the applicant, but it's entirely up to
I
you.
have it in reverse, and it's up to you all. But each of you gets 20 minutes, so please remember that. So if the if the appellants want to begin, that's fine with me. And there's, again, two different appellant groups. Mr. Holmgren.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. We have a presentation that should last how long, Madam Chair?
You have 20 minutes.
20 minutes, thank you. We're going to begin by introducing a short film presentation, approximately 4 minutes, that will give you a flavor for the land, and in the course of doing that, hopefully a sense of what our objectives are through our appeal and through our long effort to protect the San Marcos foothills and turn it over to the community. After the film presentation, we'll make some comments on the importance of the film. I will also introduce our other speakers, and at that time, and if we're ready for the slide presentation, for our video presentation, I'll introduce our speakers to follow. Mark Shatillo, who's been the attorney for the San Marcos Foothills Coalition, will be speaking on traffic and septic issues. Ellison Folk, our attorney from Shute Mahaley Weinberger of San Francisco, will be speaking on the designated remainder and grasslands and wetlands issues. I'll be issuing some closing comments, and I think it helpful for you to hear right from the offset what our ask is for you. We're hoping that the Board of Supervisors will accept, if they choose to not deny if they choose to deny the appeal, we're asking that they accept our request for this condition for phasing. This would allow discussion to continue for the western part of the property that's on the terrace, the West Mesa. And this is with agreement of Jeff Bermant and his landowner. We're holding hands on this one. We'd like an opportunity to look further at how we might treat development on the West Mesa, on the terrace. We are presenting, I'll present my other information in my closing remarks.
Okay. All right, let's go.
I'll go ahead with some of my remarks now. What we've done here is, and what we're looking at, even though we're caught up in policy review, CEQA review, environmental impact review process, is that we're really presenting to the county a contrast in visions. Our vision is that we can bring a property to the community that in its present form is exemplary. The delivery to the community involves a public participation in a process that would entail education. We envision a huge amount of classroom exposure that is money saving to the school district because of the close proximity of this property to schools. We present a management scenario in which the public and private entities may be involved to determine what kinds of actions are appropriate in the property. We provide a program for public access. We provide a program for ecological restoration. Cattle ranching would be part of the operation, grassland studies, and other research. Please take a look at...
Mark, is there a narrative with this? Or
No.
Okay.
No.
Are you going to comment as we go?
I'm going to let you absorb the video.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing this with us. San Marcos Foothills Coalition's goals are to maintain as much ecological integrity and biological function as we possibly can on this property. We wish to give the landowner a reasonable return on his investment. We wish to create conditions for a feasible fundraising campaign to perhaps buy down development further. Again, this is within, with agreement with the landowners. I'm going to turn the presentation over now to Mark Shatillo, followed by Ellison Folk, and I'll make some closing comments. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam members of the board. I'm over here at the staff table so that I can use the Elmo. I've moved decisively into the 1980s with my audiovisual presentation, and I'm hoping that this will assist in the understanding of these issues. As Mr. Holmgren indicated, my name is Mark Shatillo. I'm an attorney for the San Marcos Foothills Coalition. I'm going to speak on two technical issues this afternoon, septic and traffic. We submitted letters from qualified engineers on each of these topics that are part of the record, and I wanted to follow up the septic issue after conversing with county staff yesterday. It turned out that the project is different than it is described in the environmental impact report, and I wanted to bring you up to speed on some of those concerns because they do identify a number of issues that have not really been evaluated as part of this project. And I also want to note before we get into the details here that while, as Peter indicated, there is a voluminous record that's before you, there have been a number of hearings because this project has involved a lot of very complicated and controversial issues. And I would ask you that you do not simply defer to the fact that there's a volume of papers that were considered by the Planning Commission, but exercise your own independent judgment as you evaluate the issues that are before you today. So the first issue I want to talk about is septic. The site, and I'm principally going to focus on the lots 12 through 14 that are on the West Mesa. The sites have had 3 separate sets of percolation tests. This map right here, it shows the geological formations that are present in that area. These 3 lots rely on septic systems, and it's our belief that, based on the engineer's information, that the septic systems on these locations are likely to fail unless there is additional study and additional engineering done. The problem is that this is a soil profile showing that the top horizon of soil is only about a foot deep, at which point you move into a second horizon, which is a much more dense and impermeable layer. And that's been established by the percolation tests that are before you. This site is simply not well suited for a septic system because of the narrowness of the soils that can accept the septic effluent. In the EIR, it was described that there would be dry wells as part of the septic system. That project was changed to include leach lines and then further modified to include what's known as a chamber system, which is not a brand new technology. However, it's never ever been discussed in the documentation here. This is a graphic representation of one of the purveyors, the Infiltrator brand, which is the one that is in regular use in the county. And as you can see, there's a series of half barrels where the effluent is disposed. The significance of the chamber system is that it disposes of the effluent at a very shallow depth up here. And the concern that we have, as raised by the engineer, is that in using this kind of system, the effluent will attempt to go down, but since the layer immediately below it is impermeable, it's going to go sideways. That's not been evaluated in the environmental review document, and as the engineer indicated, there are a number of concerns where this effluent will go. It will either surface or it will travel laterally off the site. And the difficulty there is that there is a wetland that's that is 100 feet or slightly over 100 feet from where these chambers are going to be located, and the effect is going to be to compromise the integrity of that wetland. And I have submitted another letter, and I would ask that your board agree to accept that into the record. It's really the only evidence that you have that describes the chamber system, and it includes a document from the Environmental Protection Agency, again describing it. It's not a radical new technology, but it's one that has not been discussed anywhere in this process, and it does have some consequences, as I just described, that I believe need to be evaluated. So we would ask that your board accept that letter dated today that was developed in consultation with after consulting with Mr. Jensen of the staff into the record. I'm I'm going to move on to traffic issues at this point, unless there are any questions on septic. There are a couple of traffic issues that we believe that the staff has, that the environmental review document has simply not properly evaluated. One of those concerns the evaluations, the calculations for determining when a traffic signal is required. What is the impact of this project? And one of the comments that our engineer made was that the county and the traffic study must use the design speed for the roadway rather than the posted speed. And the speed affects how well the project's traffic will be integrated into the existing traffic flow in that area. And the staff has admitted in the staff report, and I don't know that this can really be read, but the highlighted section, this is page 24 of the staff report, it states quite clearly that design speed and posted speed cannot be used interchangeably. Well, if we look at the traffic study itself, it does exactly that. This is the traffic study that's part of the EIR as Appendix 1. For the three principal intersections of concern to circulation, Cathedral Oaks and Via Chaparral, the posted speed is 45 miles an hour, and the design speed is 45 miles an hour. Well, the design speed is generally going to be 10 to 15 miles per hour above your posted speed. There is a flat-out contradiction between the standard which is being employed by the staff in the staff report and the analysis that was used in the traffic study. And this applies for all three intersections where they used the design speed as the posted speed, which is inappropriate when it comes to planning traffic and showing impacts. And I have a copy of the Highway Design Manual. This is the Caltrans document, which talks about site distance. And in that analysis, they rely on design speed. So once again, not only is the staff report and the EIR internally inconsistent, but the conclusions that the traffic engineer made in preparing the appendix for the traffic study are inconsistent with Caltrans's adopted standards for evaluating traffic impact associated with the project. Now, this goes to, this error is compounded through the traffic analysis, whereby the impacts of the project are understated. The largest traffic generator element of this project is not the residential piece, but indeed it's the park and the trails. And obviously that use occurs principally on the weekends. Well, there is no evaluation of the traffic generation on weekend periods. Secondly, they have assumed that the inclusion of the designated remainder, which everybody knows behind the curtain, is going to be going to TPL, and TPL makes a practice of passing off these parcels to a public agency. It very well may land back at the county, that's what's been discussed, and will be a public park. Well, the amount of traffic that will be seen at that park and visited, and thereby affecting these intersections as part of this project, is going to be substantially higher than the existing amount, which is what the traffic analysis relied on. So again, the traffic analysis has systematically understated the traffic consequences of your approval of this project. So we think it's going to be appropriate and indeed necessary that your board step back and see that both the septic and the traffic issues are reevaluated to ensure that these internal conflicts and these conflicts between established statewide Caltrans standards for assessing project impacts are employed as you evaluate the effects of this project upon the surrounding area. This is a matter of public health and safety, as well as a matter of convenience, as we all do not like to be stuck in traffic. At this point, I think I'd like to move on and ask Ellison Folk from Shute, Mahaly, and Weinberger to speak on some of the designated remainder and other issues
We have
associated
about
with our appeal.
7 minutes, you two.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tell us your name, introduce yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Ellison Folk. And I'm attorney at Shute, Mahaly, and Weinberger. We're a land use firm in San Francisco, and my practice involves representing both local agencies and environmental groups and citizen groups in the land use and environmental review process. I've looked at a lot of development projects in my career and a lot of environmental impact reports. And I will admit that I am a relative newcomer to this project and its long history. But I think that to some extent that gives me something of a more objective view of the process and the county's review here. And I've reviewed the documents, I've been to the site, and it's clear to me that this is really a unique property. And if it's going to be developed, it should be done so in a manner that protects the environmental resources on the site to the full extent required by law. And it also appears to me that the county would want to see a good project on the site. And in that respect, it's somewhat perplexing, in my view, that the county has refused to address some of the more important environmental impacts associated with the project, and in some cases, I think abdicated its regulatory authority with respect to key aspects of the project. And I believe our co-appellants at EDC are going to discuss the grasslands and the wetlands issues. So I will just focus on the designated remainder issue, because as I indicated in our letter to the county, we don't think that the use of a designated remainder is appropriate in this case. It's not appropriate to create an independently transferable parcel of land with the present intent to transfer it and then to exempt it from the requirements of the Subdivision Map Act. And the reason this matters here is that the county's effectively taken a hands-off approach with respect to the designated remainder. It won't exercise regulatory control over the property. It won't evaluate the possibility of having mitigation on that property, for example, mitigation for grasslands impacts. And it won't even look at environmental impacts associated with what I really believe are reasonably foreseeable uses of that property. And this makes no sense from either a legal or a policy perspective. It's clear that the transfer of the property to TPL is part of the project. If it weren't, and if the property could be transferred to TPL, as an exemption, with an exemption from the Subdivision Map Act, as effectively is what's happening here with the use of a designated remainder, then the project proponent wouldn't need the approval at all in order to transfer the land. He wouldn't need this project to make that donation. But that's not what's going on here. What's going on is the transfer won't occur until the project is approved. And in that respect, this transfer is clearly linked to the approval of the project. And I realize staff has repeatedly said it's not part of the project, but at the same time, when we were looking at the discussion of the clustering issue, staff was relying on the designated remainder in order to say, look how much open space we're protecting here. So I just think in this case, it's clearly linked to the project, and it should be considered part of the project. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing to transfer the land to TPL. I just think that based on the law and based on what's really going on here, that property should be treated as part of the entire parcel, and the environmental impact report should look at future uses of that property. And with that, I will turn it over to
Mark, Mr. Holmgren, are you going to wrap up for us?
Yes, I am. In addition, thank you, Ellison. In addition to the comments that Ellison made regarding the designated remainder, it's important to point out that there is no mechanism by which this designated remainder will be managed in the long term. This is one of a list of unresolved issues that we're going to ask your board to address before you vote on this project. No long-term management for the designated remainder, and a really profound problem is that there is no because there's no environmental review of the 200-acre designated remainder. The county, TPL, the public does not know what it's getting with this property. The big question is, what are the impacts that this project, this portion of the property endures as a result of the development on 177 acres? Other unresolved actions are the issue of future development rights, which are not extinguished once the DR is transferred. I think there needs to be a public disclosure of that. The fire safety issues are very large, and they're in conjunction with the plan to remove the cattle from the property. Removal of cattle in the manner proposed and without adequate funding to assist the land to adapt to those changes is not present for the designated remainder. This is a very large public safety issue, and I think the study should be amended to look at this. The Open Space Management Plan and other documents that were presented in list order by Peter Imhoff today must be available for public review. The whole value of the land, what it would serve the public as once it's transferred and once the private conservation areas become part of the open space, all this is, these plans, the management plan, the grasslands plan, the burrowing owl plan, all these need to be reviewed by the public, these plans have been unavailable so far. The wetland issues and the paragliding landing site, the paragliding landing site lands on a planned mitigation, a wetland mitigation site. All these, the impacts from this landing site are profound. They're not ameliorated. They're strong impacts occurring in the dry season. Those impacts are doubled or tripled in wet times of the year when the hang gliders would be landing. We don't believe that success criteria can be met there, and so there's a big problem with that mitigation. With regard to wetlands, the wrong plant list was used. There are lists of plants that are wetland indicators. In using the wrong plant list, the county excluded certain dominant plant types which are wetland-dependent plants and which would clearly increase the size of the wetland acreage. This problem needs to be dealt with. We urge you to not close public comment and to allow a full public comments to be heard today. We'd like to urge you to continue this process to allow these additional studies and this additional information to be evaluated. And again, if you're not willing to do that, we would hope that you would allow the phasing condition for the project. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Question, Mr. Holmgren?
My question has to do with you said fire protection, and I think you said, I didn't understand clearly, the cattle removal, is that what you said?
Yes, I did. I linked fire protection with the removal of cattle.
How many are there, how many head of cattle are being run up?
Oh, I suppose 40 to 50 head, something like that, maybe 55.
Okay.
Once cattle are removed, the plan is to install a mowing program and some other actions to remove the fire threat. That kind of action completely changes the support for the animals and the communities that live on that property. Once you invoke mowing, you extinguish the animal support that occurs in those areas. You also do not achieve the same level of fire protection that you do by having cattle there. And to yank the cattle off precipitously without a plan for how to do that involves, as we've seen in other places, some very serious ecological catastrophes that create other problems for us and that we'll be living with quite a ways down the line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the second appellant is EDC representing SWAP. Am I doing that correctly? We have 3 people who are going to speak, and I don't know who's going to introduce.
I'll very briefly introduce EDC. I'm Maria Gordon. I'm the acting president for SWAP, and there are considerable details to address, and I'll simply introduce Alicia Rössler, and followed by Brian Troutwine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Rose and Honorable Supervisor. My name is Alicia Rössler. I am a staff attorney with the Environmental Defense Center. On behalf of our clients, Small Wilderness Area Preserves, we ask that the board grant the appeal and require a project redesign that is clustered to avoid development and protect resources on the biologically sensitive Upper West Mesa. Alternatively, if the appeal is denied today, we ask that at a minimum, the board take this opportunity to lessen the several impacts of the project by 1, strengthening some mitigation measures, 2, approving a new condition that ensures a passive park, 3, approving the phasing condition recommended by staff that will allow the parties time to continue negotiations to address development on the controversial Upper West Mesa. Today I will discuss the outstanding general plan inconsistencies and remaining CEQA issues. Brian Troutwine, EDC's environmental analyst, will address the CEQA baseline issues involving the wetland and grassland delineations and conclude with a request to strengthen mitigation measures. The county's general plan and zoning policies for the planned residential development require that any development in the San Marcos be clustered to the maximum extent feasible to provide the maximum amount of contiguous space. Moreover, several policies require flexible clustering to achieve protection of resources, views, avoidance of hazardous areas, and preservation of trees and vegetation. The staff report points out that the project meets the 30% open space minimum required in Plan Development Policy Number 6. However, it ignores several other general plan policies and that require clustering to the maximum extent feasible. We ask that the board do better than approve a project that meets the minimum requirements of just one general plan policy. We know that a project redesign that achieves these goals is possible because SWAP and EDC submitted evidence in the record that shows it is economically feasible to cluster development off the Upper West Mesa to protect significant natural resources. This evidence was submitted in a report by Karen Moss, MAI, and an appraiser on the county's list of approved appraisers. It's also the conclusions are being put for you to read on the overhead as well. Sorry, it's so small. Central to Moss's analysis, we're answering questions concerning the property's value. For example, although the applicant's partnership valued the property at $12 million, the county's tax assessor's documents valued the property at $3 million. This discrepancy in value significantly affected the county's conclusions regarding the economic feasibility of environmentally superior alternatives. Moss concluded that the partnership significantly overvalued the property and that, in fact, a more clustered project alternative, such as one submitted by SWAP, is economically feasible. Moss's analysis was the only qualified appraisal performed of this property that met the standards set forth by the Masters of Appraisal Institute. The applicant's and county's property valuation had the effect of improperly restricting the project alternatives in the EIR. CEQA Guideline 15126.6 requires the discussion of alternatives must be capable of substantially lessening project impacts, even if it would be more costly. Moreover, the narrowly crafted project objective, also shown for you on the overhead as well, improperly restricted the alternatives in the EIR. As you can see, the objective specified exactly, and that's in the highlighted section, how many homes must be built and exactly what profit must be made. A project objective like this is unprecedented in the county EIR, violates CEQA, and triggered the contentious debate that surrounds this project. In closing, I want to draw the board's attention to one final point. Despite several comments made during the scoping process, not one single project in the alternative in the EIR was analyzed that avoided development on the Upper West Mesa. As a result, the burden has been placed on the public to formulate a project redesign that avoids the incredible natural resources present on the West Mesa, achieves general plan consistency, and meets CEQA's goals. On this basis alone, the board should grant SWAP's appeal. As addressed in our appeal, the board can deny or condition the project or reduce density of this project consistent with Government Code 65589.5. Because the project is inconsistent with general plan and the zoning land use designation, this has been briefed throughout the 9 planning commissions in several of our letters. And we cited several cases that support where other county boards have taken this action. Additionally, as you've heard today, there are health and safety impacts that also warrant project denial under Government Code 65589.5. So I want to conclude today and hand the remaining presentation over to Brian Troutwine.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Brian Troutwine with the Environmental Defense Center, representing SWAP, Small Wilderness Area Preserves. I'm going to be covering 3 issues for you today. First, the wetlands issue. Second, the native grassland issue. And third, the conditions of approval that SWAP is seeking to have changes made to in the event the project is approved today in order to address some of the remaining concerns. So first, with regards to the wetlands issue. The EIR fails to map wetlands consistent with the county's guidelines because the consultants used an improper methodology. As a result, the EIR underestimates the impacts to wetlands. We've all heard that wetlands reduce flooding and erosion, they filter urban runoff and reduce pollution, and they support wildlife. Yet we've lost 90% of our wetlands in California. They're very important, so SWAP and the San Marcos Coalition agreed to hire 3 qualified wetlands biologists to evaluate this EIR, the wetlands delineation, and the wetlands mitigation plan. They independently concluded that the EIR's wetland delineation failed to use the only authorized wetland plant list, the 1988 National Plant List developed by the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Corps of Engineers. The EIR says that the county relies on the Corps of Engineers Wetlands Delineation Manual, and that delineation followed the Corps of Engineers methodology. However, the EIR then admits that the delineation did not use the 1988 National Plant List. Now, Exhibits 2 and 3 to EDC's letter, which are being placed up on the overhead for you, show that both the Corps of Engineers and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service rely solely on that 1988 National Plant List for wetlands delineations. And specifically, these overheads say that not only is the 1988 National Plant List the only wetland plant list that is authorized for use in wetland delineations, but that the 1996 draft list used for some species by this consultant for this delineation is not authorized for use, not approved for use for wetlands delineations. So the plant list that was used was unauthorized, it was draft, and therefore the delineation did not follow the county's guidelines. This information on the overhead here is from the Fish and Wildlife Service, and it shows that their source of information for determining whether a plant is a wetland plant or an upland plant is that 1988 National List of plant species that occur in wetlands, the same document. Now, the county's guidelines for delineating wetlands, which are being placed up for you, but maybe need to be switched around because they look backwards or something. Great. Maybe put a piece of white paper behind that, it might help. What's going to be placed on the overhead for you is an excerpt from the county's own guidelines that tell the county and its consultants how to map wetlands. And it's very important because the county's guidelines specify that the county must follow the methodology employed by the Fish and Wildlife Service. And that's significant because, as I've just gone over with you, the Fish and Wildlife Service requires use of the 1988 National Plant List. Now, the reliance on an unofficial wetland plant list that's not authorized by these agencies resulted in classifying common wetland species as upland species. And as a result, numerous areas exhibiting a predominance of wetland plants were improperly found not to be wetlands. Specifically, the EIR fails to identify wetlands in lots 1 and under the access road to lots 12 through 14 because the consultants didn't follow the county's guidelines. They didn't employ the only authorized wetland plant list that's cited to in the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Army Corps of Engineers methodology. And remember, the county guidelines cite to those agencies' methodology. So to try to sum up this issue, the county's guidelines require it to follow the Fish and Wildlife Service's wetland delineation. The Fish and Wildlife Service's wetland delineation methodology requires use of the 1988 plant list, but the consultants didn't use the 1988 plant list. They used a draft unauthorized list, and as a result, the wetland delineation is flawed and the EIR is flawed. And this has an impact not only on the EIR, but the project, because some of the wetlands that weren't identified are found under the project development footprint. There's also a concern with the wetlands mitigation plan. There was no effort to try to avoid the wetlands that were identified. Instead, there was a decision that they will be mitigated and replaced. But the replacement wetlands do not replace the wetlands with the same type of wetlands that are being impacted. The replacement wetlands will be fed by stormwater runoff from the streets and the development envelopes, whereas the existing wetlands that will be lost are fed by seeps in the hillsides. Therefore, the replacement wetlands won't really replace the functions and values of the wetlands that are being lost as required by the county guidelines. Let me now turn to the native grassland issue, and could I do a time check, please?
I think you've got 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. California's native grasslands have declined by 99.9%, and that's well documented. And it's a scary figure. The San Marcos native grassland is by far and large the largest native grassland ever studied in any county of Santa Barbara EIR. It's that significant. It's 3 or 4 times larger than the native grasslands out at Elwood, which are very significant in and of themselves. Native grasslands is such an important issue that we hired 3 biologists to address this issue as well. And they unanimously agreed that the county's guidelines direct the county and its consultants to map areas as native grasslands if those areas have a vegetative cover of 10% or more native grassland species. Well, how the county's consultant and the county's EIR map native grasslands is they define native grassland species as only being 2 different species, purple needlegrass and meadow barley. And as a result, they did not look at the other native grassland species that the EIR admits are on site and that our biologists submitted to the Planning Commission as comments. There are a number of other native grassland species that weren't factored into the native grassland mapping. And as a result, only half as many native grasslands were found this time around than last time. And what I'm referring to there is the Bridle Ridge EIR in 1999. The county approved native grassland map for that project found 173 acres on this whole property, 377-acre property. The native grassland map performed by the applicant's biologist for this project found only 98 acres, almost half, or just over half, rather, of the 173 acres identified in the Bridle Ridge EIR. Both maps were done on the 377-acre property, and both maps were approved as meeting the county's methodologies. But there's a significant discrepancy there that remains unexplained. And it's further evidence that the EIR's native grassland map is substantially flawed and really underestimates the actual amount of native grasslands that are present on this site. And as a result of not following the plain language in the county's guidelines that tell the county's consultants how to map native grasslands, various areas of native grasslands were left out of the EIR, and specifically areas on the West Mesa under lots 1 through 5, which is the area that the appellants are most concerned about. I'm going to move on to the third part of my presentation and the final part before I conclude, and this has to do with the conditions of approval that our client, SWAP, is asking the board to impose on the project. They're really modifications to the existing conditions of approval in order to further lessen the impacts and address SWAP's concerns. The first condition, and I would also refer you to Exhibit 4 to our letter if you want to follow along, because that's where these conditions are described. The first one I'll refer to as Condition 1. And staff is recommending a change to Condition 1 that would provide further protections for the natural resources in the park, and specifically require the future park development to avoid the wetlands and the native grasslands in that area. We support that change that staff is proposing to Condition 1. We would also support further clarifying language to that condition that would call out protection for the 2 unusual species that occur in the park, the grasshopper sparrow and the Santa Barbara honeysuckle, both very uncommon species found in that park site. And if Condition 1 could be further modified to direct protection of those resources as well, we think that would serve the public and the environment well and mitigate impacts to the maximum extent feasible. Condition 18 has to do with the native grassland mitigation. And I've already went over how the native grasslands were improperly mapped, but in addition to that, after the final EIR was released, the native grassland condition was weakened. It had originally been a 3-to-1 replacement for all impacted native grasslands, and that was proposed by the applicant's own biologist, 3-to-1. But after the EIR, the final EIR came out, they changed it to a 2-to-1 mitigation. The county has typically required greater than 2-to-1 mitigation for large native grassland impacts. So we ask as a compromise on Condition 18 that the board merely reinsert the language that was in the EIR for this mitigation measure. Just go back to what originally was in there and what the applicant proposed, 3-to-1 mitigation for native grassland. Condition 22 was also weakened after the final EIR came out. This condition requires replacement of rare plant species, but it was weakened so that only some sensitive plant species will be mitigated instead of all of the sensitive plant species, as was in the final EIR. So again, SWAP is just asking the board to go back to the mitigation measure that was in the final EIR. That mitigation measure requires replacement of all sensitive plant species, not just some of them. And this change would only add 3 species to this mitigation measure. It's not asking a lot, but they're sensitive species, and we just ask that the board reinstate that original mitigation measure. Could I get another time check, please?
You've got about a minute.
Okay.
Can you wrap up?
Yeah, I'm going to get to my conclusion then and say that in closing, the wetlands and native grassland baselines in the EIR are flawed because the mapping was not done in accordance with the county's guidelines. As a result, impacts to these habitats are not fully disclosed, nor are they fully mitigated through the EIR. The EIR fails to analyze feasible alternatives that would have protected the West Mesa, and the approved project does not comply with the general plan or zoning ordinances in that it fails to cluster the development to the maximum extent feasible to preserve contiguous open space and habitats. Based on this, therefore, we ask the board to uphold and to grant our appeal and require a project redesign that merely clusters the development more on the West Mesa to avoid the upper West Mesa. In other words, to pull the units down to a lower point on the West Mesa to protect the sensitive resources. Now, in the event that the board does not grant our appeal and direct a redesign of the project, we would ask for three simple things. The first one being that the board approve the changes to the conditions proposed by staff addressing the park. Two, that the board approve the phasing condition that you've heard about. And three, that the board approve changes to the conditions described in EDC's letter and in my presentation that I just went over in order to address some of SWAP's remaining concerns. So that is what you ask, that is what we ask, that you grant the appeal or that you support the conditions as modified by staff and the suggested conditions and changes thereto that EDC has recommended. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll be available for any rebuttal and if you have any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Troutwine. Obviously, don't go away. I mean, we'll be back to you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Might I say...
Do you want to do that now, Marianne?
I would. Mr.
Okay.
Chartwine referred to his letter and the attachment, which reminded me that you have a number of letters that I'm going to ask Wendy to read, and if you would consider voting them into the record, please.
Yeah, this is
pursuant to your...
a practice that I guess it rests with the board. It's the board's discretion. These are late submissions.
Right, and a resolution that the board adopted that guides the procedures for their handling of their adjudicatory hearings requires such a vote.
Okay, Wendy, are you going to indicate how many and what each letter's title is, or?
These letters were all dated November 10th and are from LWV Land Consultants, the Oak Group, Santa Barbara Urban Creek Council, Citizens Planning Association, Roberta Reyes Cadero, Alicia Cadero, Julianne Cadero, and let's see, League of Women Voters, and Shoot Miley and Weinberger LLP.
So
And I'm being handed two more. Okay. From Laurel.
Marianne, it's my guess that the board members have not seen these. I certainly have. I've seen one from Urban Creek, so I don't know if this is an additional one. But the point is to submit them for the public record.
And I have two from today's date is Cuesta, Jeff Bermant.
And
Two from Jeff.
Mr. Shatillo submitted one today also. It's up to the board.
I understand. I understand. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I just have one question. In our decision-making, are we accepted to weigh what we haven't read? Because if that's, for me, that's a crux of the matter. If I understand the importance from a legal standpoint, either for the applicant or the appellants, to get stuff in the record, that's important. And I understand that, but if we're expected to predicate our decision-making on something we haven't read, I'm not sure, so I guess I ask you that question.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Carbajal, that is the point. You've nailed it right on the head. If you haven't read it, and you're going to be held accountable to, oh, your decision included that letter, well, then I would suggest you not vote everything into the record, but only those that you intend to read or have an opportunity to read, and you can give the members of the public and the appellant and the applicant an opportunity to present the information that are in their letters, that if you're not going to read them, at least they would have an opportunity to express what they're trying to express in their letters.
Thank you.
So, Where are we? It was a little confusing at the end.
No, it was good.
You are going to, if this goes to court, and it may very well do so, you will be held to account for everything that's in your record. And if you vote everything into the record, the court will be able to look at that to see if your decision
was
upheld by substantial evidence.
So what is the, I have a sense of this, but what is,
Okay, I think no, I feel the same way, I think, as the rest of you. It's unfortunate that they came late, but as Marianne described it, it would be difficult, and I thank you, Mr. Carbajal, to be held accountable for something we haven't read.
so Madam Chair, you just want to accept the late distribution that you did receive Thursday and Friday, but not the ones today?
Anything
correct?
that's been distributed already to the board, and I would be surprised if anything that came today was distributed to the board.
That's right, correct.
Okay. So there's a difference between those that came on Thursday and Friday. Were some of those the ones you read, Wendy?
Yeah, the ones I just read that were dated November 10th, you have received.
Okay.
But they were late distributions, and you would have to vote them into the record. And if you haven't reviewed those, then that would fall within the same.
I think the answer is no. Do I have a sense of the board? Okay, so they're not going to be accepted.
Madam Chair, I don't know if the rest of the board read the distributions that were submitted up until Friday, but I did get a chance to look at all the submissions that were brought to our office. So I don't know if how the rest of the board feels, but.
Well, I've seen some of them and not the others. So.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I address the issue as to the letter from Shoot Mahaly and Weinberger? Because we sent it by FedEx on Wednesday, and we have confirmation that it was delivered before 10 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. And if the deadline was noon on Thursday, then ours was timely.
I think,
and I checked
I appreciate what you're saying, but often they don't get to us. I understand the point you're making.
But it was delivered to the county before noon.
Good? No?
But that was sent to us, and we made it. We have a letter.
No, it's one thing, again, I think the point here is whether it's been received in our offices and at what point, so. Is that? Yeah. All right, I think, let's put this on hold. I don't want to interrupt the presentation. And
We'll look into that.
my guess is, I mean, I've read some of them and others I haven't seen, so I can't speak for each of my colleagues. Let's hold this. We'll come back to it, and I want to go forward with the applicant. Let's get going on that. Excuse me for just a minute. Wendy, would you clip those together and pass them around so some of us can get a sense of which letters you're talking about?
Certainly.
All right. Let's
Okay,
go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I am Laurel Fisher-Perez with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services, representing the property owner, Santa Barbara Foothills, LLC. I have a 15-minute presentation, approximately, followed by the property owner, Jeff Bermant, who would like to say a few words. And if we could dim the lights, I have a PowerPoint presentation to follow. We are very proud of the high level of neighborhood support for the project and wanted to share with you that we have received in excess of 350 neighbor responses in support of the project over the past year of public review. These are those that we've received just in the last 2 weeks, and I can tell you that it's unusual to get this high level of neighborhood support for a project like this.
A late submittal. All right.
If we could dim the lights a little bit, maybe that would be helpful. Thank you. The areas of neighborhood support include the Shadow Hills neighborhood off to the west of the property, the La Vista Road neighbors down on the Foothill Road, Cocopah Drive, and Cieneguitas Road, including two neighbors that are most affected by this project, Miss Carrie Brown and Miss Kathy Reich. And in addition, we have neighborhood support over in the southern western area off of the project site. The Santa Barbara Foothills property comprises 377 acres and has been residentially zoned for decades to allow up to 75 homes and related development. The property is located entirely within the county's urban development boundary. And by the way, I wanted to respond to Supervisor Gray's earlier question. Right now, there are 36 cows on the property. Okay. Okay. Of the 377 acres, the project area includes only 177 acres. The remaining 200 acres forms the designated remainder parcel and is subject to a separate donation agreement with the Trust for Public Lands, not part of the proposed project. Of the project area, 20 acres just off of Cocopah Drive, in this location here, will remain as open space. An easement will record with the map prohibiting development and restricting use within these 20 acres. 10 acres of land for a public park, including trails, will be granted to the County Parks Department upon map recordation. 6 acres of land will be donated to the Soaring Association for continued hang glider landing on the property. An additional 100 acres of land will remain as private conservation area, protecting resources and public views. A conservation easement will record with the final map prohibiting development and restricting use within these 100 acres, plus the 20 acres off of Cocopah Drive. And this issue was raised earlier regarding monitoring of these private conservation areas. A county-approved biologist will monitor these areas for up to 7 years, followed by county permit compliance staff monitoring in perpetuity, funded through an endowment provided by the project applicant prior to map recordation. That leaves just 41 acres out of the entire 377-acre site property designated for homes and landscaping. Before I describe the home sites in a little more detail, I wanted to share with you how pleased we were that the county's environmental impact report confirmed our efforts, our initial efforts prior to application submittal, that we had located homes in the least sensitive areas of the site. We located home sites to avoid the creeks, the oak trees, and to largely avoid the native grasslands. This is the project as approved by the Commission. Next slide, please. The project preserves native grasslands shown here in the greenish blue color. Okay, and as you can see, 85% of the grasslands within the project area are preserved. Next slide, please. This new color here identifies the oak trees that have been avoided by the proposed development envelopes. No oaks will be removed or affected by this project. And the project avoids coastal sage scrub shown here in yellow. I'd like to describe a little bit more about the project. This is the terrace side of the property. The homes on the terrace are located into 2 clusters, separated by a 200-foot wide, at its most narrow point, corridor, which provides for large areas of open space to allow for wildlife access through the property. I would like to point out that there are only 4 homes in the terrace that exceed 4,100 square feet. They are lots 1, 2, 3, and 5. The upper 5 terrace homes range in size from 4,100 square feet to 8,700 square feet. However, a significant portion of this square footage, averaging 2,000 square feet per home, is tucked below grade in basements to provide the square footage necessary to meet buyer expectations and to also minimize the building's off-site visibility. The homes are clustered not only to avoid on-site resources, specifically native grasslands and sage scrub, but to also minimize impacts to public and private views. The home on Lot 1 is located behind a knoll to screen it from Highway 154. And the home on Lot 5 helps to screen the homes located just behind it. Natural materials and colors, including Santa Barbara sandstone, rock, and slate, will be used for the exteriors. The 3 lower terrace homes range in size from 3,400 to 3,800 square feet and have been clustered into a lower area of the site with partial screening from the natural topography in this location. The homes in this cluster are all single-story homes. The upper terrace homes will utilize dry wells for septic, and the lower terrace will utilize leach lines. All testing for these systems has been completed in conformance with county standards and meets the environmental health services requirements as well as the state basin plan requirements. Next slide, please. This is the area we call the meadows. The Meadows homes range from 3,800 to 5,100 square feet in size. During the project review at the Planning Commission, several adjustments were made to further avoid resources and reduce the visual impacts for the adjacent neighbors. We adjusted the landscape development envelopes to move them entirely off of the Rincon Formation and further away from potential archaeological sites. We also reduced the heights of the homes on 7 and 15 to single story to protect views for the adjacent neighbors. Again, all development and landscaping must be contained within these landscape development envelopes. The 5 low-income affordable homes, which represents 25% of the entire project, total number of homes, will provide homes for families earning approximately $52,000 per year. The affordable homes are high-end, high-quality design and are spacious in size. They range from 1,400 to nearly 1,800 square feet and have 3 and 4 bedrooms. The Meadows homes will be served by Goleta Sanitary District, and the County BAR, I should mention, has reviewed all homes in the project and has provided positive comments concerning their architecture and their neighborhood compatibility. This is the project as approved by your Planning Commission. Property development. The property has been zoned for residential for over 50 years. It was originally zoned for up to 377 homes. In 1981, it was rezoned to planned residential development for 75 homes. And today, with the state bonus density allowances, you could have over 90 homes on the property. Following 4 years of county and public review, including exhaustive environmental analysis by third-party, independent scientists and experts, your Planning Commission unanimously approved the project this summer. The project received the most extensive review in county history for residential projects, and following multiple hearings, full review and independent analysis of all environmental issues, over 40 hours of public comment, and multiple neighborhood meetings, the Planning Commission approved the project, and we are very proud of that. When you look at the project plan with its significant amount of open space preservation, including a public park of 10 acres and its provision of legal public access to the property, public hiking trails, hang glider landing, it is no wonder that the Planning Commission unanimously supported this project. The approved project meets all county policies. Maximizes open space, clusters and minimizes development. It provides land for public park and trails, 5 low-income affordable homes, avoids and minimizes impacts to native grasslands, avoids cultural resources, protects public and private views, respects the geology and the slope constraints, and satisfies your environmental health services and county septic requirements, including the state basin plan requirements. The issues that have been discussed by the appellants today are not new issues. These issues have been fully vetted and resolved by your Planning Commission. Clustering and open space. Your Planning Commission and staff concluded that 76% of the project area is preserved in continuous open space when the ordinance requires only 30. I'd like to point out that this does not include the 200-acre designated remainder. The project provides open space in excess of the average for other PRD-zoned residential projects. The project would provide for over 120 acres of open space to protect sensitive biological, scenic, and archaeological cultural resources. All of these quotes come directly from your county staff reports and the EIR, as well as testimony provided by your county professionals. The 2 clusters of residential development have been cited to avoid to the maximum extent feasible environmental constraints identified by the final EIR. Native grasslands. Planning Commission and staff concluded the proposed final EIR accurately and reliably characterizes native grasslands and their impacts. Only 8 acres out of 56 acres of native grassland would be either directly or indirectly affected, leaving 86% of the native grassland resource on site in a natural, undisturbed state. The County Planning Commission concluded that the project mitigates impacts to the maximum extent feasible and that the mitigation ratios are consistent with county policy on previously approved projects. The Bridle Ridge EIR, which was mentioned earlier, and the associated David Magny mapping is inconsistent with the county's native grassland habitat-specific guidelines. Your Planning Commission and staff concluded on archaeology that the project landscape developments are located in areas where no significant cultural resources were found, based on additional testing by a county-approved archaeologist and a Chumash monitor. Wetlands. Your Planning Commission and staff concluded, based on additional analysis by independent wetlands expert Lucos Associates, that wetland sampling was conducted at the right time of the year, with a follow-up study, I should add, in late spring to confirm the results. The proper wetland indicator list was used. Only one severely degraded 0.4 acre isolated wetland was identified in the project development area, and that the in-kind mitigation will result in a higher value wetland than that affected. Public and private views. Your Planning Commission and staff concluded that the project as approved and conditioned is compatible with the scale and character of the surrounding neighborhoods and the natural environment and protects views. Geology and septic. Your Planning Commission and staff concluded that the dry wells approved for lots 1 through 5 meet the effluent disposal capacities needed, and that the standard leach line system approved for lots 12 through 14 meets county environmental health services and state basin plan requirements. On biological resource protection and management, your Planning Commission and staff concluded the project is located in the least sensitive areas of the site. The County Planning Commission concluded the project avoids and mitigates impacts to the maximum extent feasible, and that the proposed recreational uses, including trails and hang glider landing, are compatible with their proposed settings and consistent with policy and ordinance requirements. Finally, regarding the SWAP plan, the Planning Commission rejected the SWAP plan for further consideration. Your county and the commission concluded that the SWAP plan is not financially feasible based on county's independent financial expert, Mariposa Advisors, and you heard from Marion Fong earlier today. The SWAP plan is not an environmentally superior alternative due to increased impacts to view corridors by locating additional homes further south in the view corridor of Highway 154, locating homes on archaeological sites, locating homes on steep slopes and in areas known of exposed rincon formation, locating homes, and that's in this area over here, locating homes on coastal sage scrub areas, and with 6 additional homes, there would be greater traffic impacts. And I should just state and point out that this is the SWAP plan that was reviewed and considered by the Commission at the time they rejected the plan back in December 2004. The plan has changed several times. There have been several iterations of that plan. On December 16, 2004, your Planning Commission unanimously concluded that no further study of the SWAP plan was warranted. The project benefits are numerous and obvious. Only 20 homes, 5 of which are affordable, 120 plus acres of land and conservation easements, a 10-acre public park providing legal public access to this property, including public hiking trails, land dedicated to hang glider landing, project consistency with all county policies, strong neighborhood, unanimous Planning Commission, and staff support. This again is the project as approved. By the way, we do support the staff recommended changes to the approved conditions of approval. And we do not have a formal presentation from the rest of our project team, but we are all here to answer any questions you may have on the project, including Tom Oshner, our project architect, Katie Riley-Rogers, landscape architect, Mark De La Garza, project biologist, Mark Lloyd, our surveyor, Ron Stevens, our visual simulator, David Stone, our archaeologist, Ted Powers, geologist, Kenneth Bly, the owner's attorney, and before I introduce Jeff Bermant, I want to say that the years of detailed analysis and thorough study by your objective, professional planning staff and their environmental consultants, the hours of public participation and involvement, the extraordinary land conservation components, and commitment to public access and enjoyment of this special property can be honored by your board today. I ask that you send a message to our community that when you approach a project with respect for the site resources, respect for the community's general plan and zoning, respect for the truth in the environmental analysis, and you strike the right balance between private property rights, land conservation, public and environmental benefit, You will be supported by our decision makers. Over the years of analysis, this project has evolved and has improved because of this input and this public process. And we would like to thank planning staff for their hours and hours of hard work and dedication to getting to the truth and analyzing this project, and to your planning commissioners who equally spent numerous hours on this project. It has resulted in a much better project, and we are appreciative. With that, I'd like to introduce Jeff Bermant. Thank you.
Mr. Bermant.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Rose, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeff Bermant. I am managing partner for the Santa Barbara Foothills LLC, which is the applicant for this project. Due to time, let me see if I can understand this. We only had 20 minutes, but the opponents, which had a dual appeal, I think it was just one appeal, had 40 minutes, so I may run over with your due respect.
It was considered two separate appeals.
It was?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was told it was combined.
How much do you need, Jeff? Because
I know I need my attorney to probably comment, so I probably need about 10 minutes altogether. 7?
Yeah, obviously, you're a good negotiator. How much do you want? And I don't know what the attorney, you're going to get a chance, by the way, to respond after public testimony, too, so I'm going to give that to everybody.
Okay.
So keep that in mind.
I'll try and keep it as brief as I possibly can.
Let's see if we can manage it. Because this board also needs a break, too, so.
Yes, I'm sure. Let me just tell you real quickly of the what motivated me for this project. One, my commitment to Santa Barbara to produce a balanced, fair project that leaves a legacy of open space for everyone in the county. This is balanced by a fair and economic return to the owners of the property, which has been a long part of fundamental rights of landowners, which is the cornerstone of America. The points that I want to leave to you is open space. The project preserves 76% of the project site as open space for parks, trails, and recreation. This far exceeds what most developers would ever consider on their own property. Public access, 10 acres park and hiking trails instead of a no trespassing sign, and legal site for 6 acres for hang gliders, to my knowledge, at first in the county. Next is fewer homes, 20 quality homes with 5 affordables for the least people who can afford homes. This is a reasonable project where the zoning allows for at least 75 units and maybe more. The landowners are paying to keep all this project's open space open to remain open forever. Solid plan based on best third-party independent ecological experts. After 9 hearings and 120 plus conditions on this plan, the county's planning commission unanimously recommended the project. We have great neighborhood support. More than 350 people have participated and supported this project over the years. Some of them are here today to represent their neighborhood. This is unprecedented in my experience as a developer. Unlike other projects in this effort of protecting land, this is at no cost to the taxpayers. And I think we all remember the Elwood Shores affair, which cost the community $20 million and a lot of hard raising. This doesn't cost the community a penny. One issue that I would like to address, which is important for the record, the question has been raised about the designated remainder. Santa Barbara Foothills, LLC, has agreed to donate 200 acres of land to the Trust for Public Land to be preserved as open space. The donation will take place as soon as there are a final subdivision map so the transfer of title can take place legally. It is otherwise completely unconnected to this project, the preserve at San Marcos. No one at TPL has ever told me that there are plans for any development on the 200 acres. I have no reason to believe that there is any plans for development on them. No one at TPL has ever told me if plans to use the 200 acres as anything but open space. I have no reason to believe that it will ever be used for anything else. In particular, no one at TPL has ever told me that it intends to put a public park on the 200 acres, or that it intends to construct trails, parking facilities, recreation facilities, or anything else associated with a public park on the 200 acres. I have no reason to believe that it will ever do so. In short, the 200 acre has been and will be open space, and as far as I know, TPL has no plans to change the 200 acres in any way. 2 other things I'd like to quickly touch on. One, I do have an issue about condition number 15. It's a small one, but it's personal to me. and it's the one about dogs on leashes. I know we could get down to sort of the bottom of these things, and that's one of them, which there was no nexus in the EIR to require that in the private conservation areas, the dogs would have to be put on leashes and kept on leashes. Dogs, after all, have been on this property for 20-some-odd years. You go up there any day of the week and you'll find somebody walking around with their dogs. All of a sudden, we had to have a requirement, and the original requirement by the staff was that the dogs be with their owner and be nearby voice control. All of a sudden, EDC decided that this had to be a condition and it had to be on leashes. I object to this. I actually have gone to a specialist because I could not find the evidence in the record on the EIR requiring this nexus. I went to a specialist, which I've tried to put in the record, may not be able to get in the record today, that substantially backs the position that dogs are already out on the property. You have more of a situation with cats than you do dogs. Dogs haven't disturbed the habitat as of today. I don't know what's going to change about a dog now up on the property, and so I respectfully ask that you readdress that one issue. The other issue that I just want to touch on is condition number 22, which deals with the boulders and lichens. We have no problem with this condition, but we have submitted a letter from a biologist showing that there are no endangered, threatened, rare species on the property, as was spoken by EDC and others. I think that concludes. I'll turn this over to, unless you have a question for me, to Ken Bly. Thank you.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the board, excuse me. My name is Kenneth Bly. I'm an attorney who represents the landowner. And a couple of comments. First, with respect to the comments made by Ms. Folk about the designated remainder, they really come down into two parts. First, with respect to the MAP Act. The reason that the designated remainder issues arise was because in days of yore, people tried to get around getting maps approved. Of course, that's not our situation. The MAP Act defines a subdivision in Government Code Section 66424 as the division of land for the purpose of sale, lease, or financing, whether immediate or future. Not here. This land is being donated to the Trust for Public Land, and so it doesn't fall within the legal meaning of a subdivision. With respect to CEQA, there are three good reasons why there was no analysis of what use was going to be made. First of all, as has been repeatedly pointed out, as Mr. Imhoff pointed out to you, the designated remainder, the 200 acres, is not a part of the project. Nothing is going to be done to it. Second, as you just heard from Jeff Bermant, there are no plans that anyone knows of which says that there's going to be any change in the development, the use of those 200 acres. In January of this year, I sent the Alan Hansen, who was then the project manager in the planning department for this, a letter in which I set out in detail, including case law, showing that where land is transferred with no change in use, CEQA was not implicated. I provided another copy to Ms. Slutsky. It should be in the record in any event. Finally, because there is nothing which is planned in the future, there's nothing reasonably foreseeable to be analyzed, and therefore it'd be purely speculative, and that is beyond CEQA's requirements. Last thing I want to do is respond to Ms. Rossler's comment about the scope of the board's authority in light of the fact that Government Code Section 65589.5 applies. She pointed out correctly that one of the exceptions would be where there is a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. But what she didn't say was the rest of this statement is, and there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact without rendering the development unaffordable to low and moderate income households. You heard, I believe it was Mr. Shatillo, who said the problem is not with the homes that are going to be built, but rather with the use of the park and the hang glider site on weekends. Well, if you want to correct it, I suppose what you could do is say we won't have a park and we won't have hang glider sites, which I don't think makes very much sense. In other words, it has no relationship to the impacts caused by the development of the 20 units, including the five low-income units. And therefore, this is no basis for turning down the project as it involves the residential development. I have nothing more to say unless there are some questions I have for the board.
Question over here.
Council, because I am not certain who else to ask, and I'm from north end of the county, so I don't know. What is this hand gliding thing? And
why?
And why, and who is going to keep it, pick up the papers and mow the grass or whatever happens? I don't know anything about this.
My response to that, ma'am, is that I am from even further south, and therefore I will turn it over to someone who can answer the question.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, the hang gliders have been using this property for many, many years. And the previous property owner actually provided them with some sort of permission to land on this property. And it's one of the few properties that they are able to land on within the South Coast. So it's a very special piece to them. And during the review process at the Planning Commission over the past year, it was very evident that there is not only strong interest in continued landing on the property, but also that if the project applicant were to eliminate the ability for their continued landing opportunity, that we could be facing yet another impact for this project. So rather than face that impact and additional analysis, the property owner, Jeff Permant, present property owner, has worked very closely with the Soaring Association to identify a location on the property that works with the project proposal and still affords them the ability to land on the property. It would be their preference that this piece of property, and you saw it sandwiched between the parkland, public parkland, be eventually dedicated to the County Public Parks Department. But the Public Parks, County Parks does not presently allow for hang glider landing within their county-owned public parkland. So the Soaring Association will accept this land, 6 acres of land, will be donated to them as part of the final map recordation, and they will be able to land on this property. It's very minimal landing. There, it's a few a month, if that, and not intrusive at all on the property.
So this is a 501c group, and the title will be the, I don't recall the name, the SOARS?
The Soaring Association.
Mm-hmm. And they'll have title to the property.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, that is correct. They will have title. And I think it's ultimately their hope that they will one day be able to transfer the property to the county parks once county parks amends their ordinance, their parks ordinance, to allow for hang glider landing on particular pieces of property.
I understand that.
And
And in the association, then, the landowner has the responsibility for whatever maintenance may or may not occur on that 6 acres.
That is correct.
Are there any conditions that they have to follow?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, there are conditions of approval related to the proposed project that affect those 6 acres that the project applicant and a county-approved biologist will be required to monitor some mitigation effort that affects that land. But the Soaring Association is not responsible for that mitigation. They will just be the underlying land owner of those 6 acres following map recordation.
Madam Chair, what about development rights, the feasibility of developing that property in the future? Are those extinguished as part of a conservation form?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Carbajal, that is correct. Once the final map records, there is an open space conservation easement that records on top of those 6 acres that also specifies that hang glider landing is allowed within that area. That is the limited use that would be allowed within that site.
Laurel, before you go, earlier on in your presentation, you mentioned an endowment. Could you just say that again for me? I missed part of it.
Madam Chair, the endowment will be provided by the project applicant, Santa Barbara Foothills, LLC, to provide for long-term monitoring of the private conservation areas in perpetuity by county permit compliance staff. And that will provide the level of assurance that the county was looking for to make sure that the
use restrictions and the prohibition on development will
Thank you.
stand the
Thank you
test of
very
time.
much.
Okay?
All right, at this point, the board's going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll begin
Madam Chair.
public testimony.
Madam Chair?
Excuse me.
Could I possibly bring up a housekeeping item?
Yes, June.
Briefly, thank you. We have some of our team members that need to leave by 4:30.
You know, we need a break, June. Sorry. We'll be back in 10 minutes.